The Gargoyle Lord's Wife by Celeste King. Can't get enough of this stone-cold warrior romance? Do you want to explore more of the Protheka romances? Find an endless amount of stories on worldsofprotheka.com, as well as the unabridged version of this book, where all of the steamy scenes are waiting for you. Use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off all digital products.
Chapter 1. Yuri. Sometimes there's a small urge in my legs to turn around and go back to the refugees who helped me. Their words are ringing loudly in my ears. The Perna live in these mountains hidden away from the rest of civilization. Natasha and Lola tried to stop me, as well as the rest of them, but I paid them no mind. I know what my mission is, and I'd be a fool to stop now, especially since I'm so close. Wind cuts through my skin with each step towards Jagged Peak. Will this be worth it in the end? I'm nearly barreled over by a particularly rough wind current that whistles past my ears, freezing them over. I don't feel my hands anymore, and the skin on my face is akin to ice. Shit, I whisper, stopping in my tracks to regain my balance against the snow-covered path that is starting to incline sharply. Damn it. On all fours, I crawl my way up the mountain, nearly slipping a few times. In some parts, the snow is loose, and I catch myself from falling at the very last second. My fingertips are freezing over. I can't keep doing this for long. This is a funny situation. I'm trying to find the Perna so that they can take away my powers, and yet I'm on the brink of using them to save myself from freezing to death. I suppose my magic is useful in some situations, such as these. The further I head up the mountain, my vision gets worse. My head is in the clouds, literally. The hazy fog encapsulates me while the wind threatens to send me flying backward. My senses are completely overwhelmed. Gritting my teeth, I hold out my hands against the wind. A pulse of energy surges through my chest, down my arms, and out from my digits. I want to create an air bubble filled with warmth, something that can ease my body from this bone-chilling wind. My magic pulsates around me. Flashes of red and orange emerge from my hands. Narrowing my eyes, I can barely see what I'm doing. Suddenly, my feet leave the ground as I'm sent backwards by a force I can't even understand. A panicked scream leaves my mouth as my arms flail and I brace for impact. Is this where it all ends? All because I wanted to head up a snowy mountain during the middle of an incoming storm? Surprisingly, landing abruptly on a pile of snow doesn't hurt as bad as I thought it would. I lay there a few moments, taking some time to catch my breath. Opening my eyes, I check to make sure I have all my limbs still intact. Arms, legs, feet, and hands. They're all still here, but something else is gone. The clouds. As it turns out, my magic didn't actually create an air bubble to keep me warm, but rather it blasted the clouds out of existence to reveal a clear, winding path up the mountain. Stars peek out from behind the mountain, twinkling bright. The longer I stare, the more of them I notice. Then I glance at my hands. Pale from the cold they're still recovering from and trembling to no end. How is it possible that I'm capable of a power like this, and how am I going to control it? In my head, I envisioned one thing, but my magic dictated something else. An unpredictable, raw force dwells within me. I want no part in this anymore. Somewhere behind me, I hear footsteps sinking into the snow, multiple sets of them for that matter. Closing my eyes, I resign myself to my inevitable fate. Hopefully it's a group of orcs coming to kill me. As long as they make it quick, I'll be a happy gal. So you are one of us? That doesn't sound like an orc. That sounds like a woman. Raising my head up slightly, I force myself to look at the owner of that voice. A stifled gasp falls from my lips inadvertently. There's a whole group of women standing a few paces away from me. A woman with white hair and ice-blue eyes looks at me with a curious expression, tilting her head once she notices that I'm staring back at her. A younger woman with blonde hair and gray eyes appears at her side. Come on, Rhonda, let's just put the thing out of her misery already. There's no use in keeping her around. Penny, that is the most ridiculous thing you could have said in a moment like this, the older woman Rhonda snaps back at the blonde. Did you not see the power she wields? She's one of us, without a doubt. She looks hurt, another girl says. She also has white hair and blue eyes, so she's probably related to the older one. We should take her in and see if she has any injuries. Oh, I'll make her a nice stew. A plump lady with long red hair and green eyes claps her hands together merrily. Her cheeks and nose are red from the cold. The girl looks famished. We can't leave her out here. Are these the Perna I've been searching for? They're a lot nicer than I expected. In my mind, my idea of a coven was a group of tall women with dark hair, cutthroat gazes, and a ruthless nature. Instead, I find myself in front of a group of women who are just like me, warm-hearted. Memories of Chase and the orphanage swarm into my mind. I cough into my fist, feeling an accumulation of phlegm in the back of my throat. A warm stew would do wonders right now. Who are you? I ask, fighting through the dull ache in my chest. That combination of cold air and a sudden impact did nothing good for my body. Why are you... Were you watching me this whole time? Oh, child, Rhonda says, taking a few steps towards me. We always notice when a foreigner comes near our coven. You were getting closer with each step up the mountain. Did you really think we weren't going to band together to see what was going on? We thought you were an enemy. Her younger lookalike speaks up. She smiles warmly and waves a gloved hand. My name is Winter, by the way. Fitting name. Ah, and I'm Delia Monroe. Pleased to meet you, miss. She raises a brow, expecting me to finish that sentence. I sigh. Yuri. I don't see the point in keeping someone like her around, Penny continues, crossing her arms over her chest. We have enough people in the coven as is. It's getting more difficult to feed everyone we have. I don't think we can fit another mouth into the fold. Nonsense, Delia shakes her head. You're underestimating my abilities, Penny. I can whip up a meal for anyone who comes into my kitchen. And I don't even notice the quiet one near the back of the group, with long black hair that covers most of her face. A prominent green strand of hair falls nicely amongst the dark waves, the hue matching the shade of her eyes. She's more interested in the plants on the ground than what's going on in front of her. In fact, I don't even think she's looked at me yet. Can you walk? Rhonda asks, lifting up her chin slightly. We can assist you with anything you need. Just give us the word. I'm fine, I wrinkle my nose, doing my best to force myself to my feet. If only I could lay there for a few more moments. Still, I don't want to appear weak in front of these witches, especially not the blonde one who's been looking at me with a sneer. I'm all right, don't worry. We saw the spell you performed just now. It sent you spiraling, Winter remarks, approaching me with a warmth to her words that quickly calms me down. Is that the first time you used your magic? No, not at all. I never performed a spell like that before. I stare at the mountain peak again. I didn't expect that to happen. It's not what I intended. What were you aiming for? A warm air bubble, I mumble, loud enough for Winter to catch. I didn't mean to clear the clouds from the sky. Well, that should be a testament to the strength of your powers. Winter smiles, then her eyes widen as she gazes at my outfit. You're not dressed for this weather. Do you have any belongings with you? How have you been surviving all this time? I'm hanging on by a thread with my teeth, I almost say. Instead, I shrug and offer a weak smile. I've been managing fine. Penny rolls her eyes and scoffs. Come on, Rhonda. Are you seriously going to take this one in? She barely knows where she is. Delia rests her hands on her hips. You're acting as if you'd be all fine and dandy after spending some time up a chilly mountain with no one around to help you. The black-haired girl interrupts Delia to give her a small blue plant with white roots. Delia gasps, graciously accepting the plant in her open palm. Then she caresses the girl's face with her other hand. Oh, Amanda, you're such a sweetheart. Thank you. This blue frost is going to come useful, especially if our new friend needs some healing. She hums in response, before returning to her plants. Delia sticks the plant in one of her pockets before marching up to me, offering a hand. I hope you don't plan on staying in this snow forever. Your fire magic is impressive, I must admit, but we all reach a limit with our powers. You need some time to rest and recuperate. To thank you, but No ifs, ands, or buts. I'm going to cook you the best stew you've ever known. Then you'll never want to leave. Delia, you're going to scare her with talk like that, Winter whispers. She sounds earnest. We want to make her feel welcomed, not trapped. Stop bothering the poor girl, Rhonda orders, which makes Delia drop her hands from my arm. I want to learn more about her. It's not often we see a young Perna traveling these mountains by herself. I need to know her intentions and her goals. I think this is all a big waste of time, really, Penny retorts, eyeing me up and down. What if she's just a spy? We can't trust her. That's for me to decide, Penny, Rhonda reminds, sending the girl a tight smile. Thank you for your comments, but they're not needed right now. In fact, I'm quite unsure why you wanted to come in the first place if you planned on being dismissive this whole time. The blonde's face drops. Winter and Delia giggle softly before hiding their faces. Even Amanda sneaks a smile as she picks more plants from the ground. Rhonda, that's not true at all. I'm just stating the facts. Well, we must have different opinions on what the word fact means. Running her tongue over her teeth, Penny shoots me one last look of contempt before backing down. Rhonda must be the leader of the coven. Everyone else holds her in high regard. She's the one who could take away my power. I'm sure of it. Back to business, then, Rhonda announces. Winter and Delia stand by my side while Rhonda comes closer. Delia helps swipe patches of snow off my body, while Winter combs through my matted tufts of hair with her fingers. Damn! Am I that much of a mess that it's taking a team effort to clean me up a bit? Oh, well, at least they're being nice about it. It's too late to run away with my tail between my legs anyway. Chapter 2. Yuri? I suppose a more formal introduction would ease your nerves. Rhonda smiles, resting her hands on her hips. My name is Rhonda Sharp, the leader of the Jagged Peak coven. That wonderful young girl standing beside you is my granddaughter, Winter Sharp. Winter links her arm with mine. I appreciate the warmth she's emitting. Delia already introduced herself, and Penny hasn't been able to stop talking since we've arrived. Rhonda quips, tossing a glance over her shoulder at the blonde who doesn't even want to look in our direction. And Amanda Rollins is here too. She's the coven farmer. Her power allows her to tend crops even in the iciest winters. Isn't that amazing? Absolutely, I breathe out. Their kindness overwhelms me with a sudden melancholy. They don't know the true reason why I'm here, and I feel like I'm wasting their time. Thank you all for your help and consideration, but pressing my lips into a thin line, I ponder my next words. They're looking at me expectantly, all except Penny and Amanda. Delia's eyes flash with concern. You're not sick, are you? Are any of your bones broken? No, that's not it at all, I reply wistfully. I came to your coven because I wanted you to take my powers away. Rhonda's eyebrows shoot upwards. Winter clears her throat and looks elsewhere, while Delia covers her mouth with a hand. Is this something you can do? I ask, hating the awkward silence that emerged after I said those words. That's all I want. Then I'll be on my way and out of your hair, I promise. Why would you want to give up your powers? Winter asks, furrowing her eyebrows together. Having the gift of magic is a beautiful thing, no matter what anyone else tries to tell you. It's part of who you are. I understand that, but I don't want mine anymore. They've caused me too many issues. I want to live a normal life where I don't have to deal with magic, gargoyles, any of that. Gargoyles? Delia repeats, eyes wide. I'm afraid things don't work like that, Yuri, Rhonda says. There's no such thing as taking it away. Just like that, my heart sinks in my chest. I've traveled all that way and suffered through the elements for nothing. However, I can help you train your powers so that you have better control of your fire-bending skills. We all saw what you were capable of just now. Imagine how it's going to feel when you finally have control over your magic. It'll be incredible, I promise you that. How do I tell her that I want out of this life altogether? I'm not interested in practicing magic or developing my technique. I want this magic cut out of my veins. Are you entirely sure that it's not possible? I whisper. There's no cure for it? A cure. Rhonda sounds incredulous. What is there to cure you of? Having magic isn't a disease. Well, it sure feels like it. I begin, wetting my dry lips. I was once captured by this sorcerer who wanted to take my powers for his own use. Winter pets my hair. You can't lose your magic and expect to live. Great. I'm stuck with magic that I don't even want. What did I do to deserve this fate? Despite this disappointing situation, there's one silver lining I can see. If I have control over my powers, that greatly reduces the chances that I'll hurt myself or someone else accidentally. I might be able to suppress them well enough to live a normal life, like the one I've always dreamed of. No more spontaneously setting people on fire, no more creating flames that are hotter than normal ones, just a peaceful existence where no one else bothers me and I don't bother anyone else. Man, that sounds to die for. Come on, Rhonda says, beckoning me over with a hand. Let's take you to the village. We have a spare bungalow you can take over. Delia and Winter flank my sides as we make our way to the village, which is a short walk from where they found me. Penny storms off, while Amanda lags behind to gather more plants for the coven. The village isn't something I've seen before. The buildings are colorful, with light yellows and blues covering their exterior, along with the typical grays and browns I'm used to seeing. They're all topped with the same red-brown rooftops that are triangular in shape, with some buildings emitting plumes of smoke out of the top. This place makes me feel cozy, oddly enough. What if I never want to leave? Stony pathways guide us through the village. There's more Perna than I anticipated, roaming around with chores to take care of. Rhonda explains that everyone has a job to do, like creating clothing, cooking food, or welding armor. What's important is that they're entirely self-sufficient, with no need to rely on outside villages or engage in trade of any kind. They create their own things here, and they're happy about it. Delia breaks away from our group, hurrying to the village bakery so that she can start whipping up meals for everyone, including myself. Rhonda and Winter accompany me to the small bungalow near the outskirts of the village, which is covered in snow. 2 large trees curl above the house, as if to provide a leafy arch. It takes my breath away. I've never had a place to call my own before. Here we are, Rhonda says, leading the way into the house and warming it up by inflaming the log stacked in a corner behind some bricks. Winter, can you help her get settled? I have some business to attend to. Sure, Grandma, Winter replies, never letting go of my arm as she watches her grandmother leave the bungalow as swiftly as she came. Once she's gone, I take a moment to gawk at my surroundings. The bungalow consists of a living room with a small kitchen, as well as a bedroom to my left and a bathroom across from it. The windows are plentiful enough to let a lot of natural light in, and the fire that Rhonda started warms up my cheeks. Thank you, I say, after an extended pause. You're very nice people. We do the best that we can, given what we've got. Winter pulls away from my arm and rests her hands behind her back. My grandmother likes to make sure every one of us is taken care of. She works hard every single day to ensure that. Do you plan to be the leader of this coven one day? Winter shrugs. Maybe. I can see it happening, but right now, I don't want to focus on my future responsibilities. It's been so long since I've been around someone my age. How old are you, by the way? I'm 19? Nice. I'm 20. Winter crosses her arms over her chest while she watches me take a walk around the bungalow. I'm head of security in this coven, which was a risky move on my grandmother's part. Most people don't think I'm suited for it because of my age, but I've proved them wrong quickly. I was the one who noticed you coming up the mountain. Really? I quirk a brow. Did you notice that band of refugees I ran into on the way up? Of course I have. They've settled there for quite some time. They're harmless, so we've left them to their own devices. Besides, they're too scared to tread closer, so they haven't caused us any real problems. I still remember their warnings. If only they knew about the impressive village that is just beyond their reach. Winter leans her shoulder against the wall and crosses her feet at the ankles, watching me with a curious gaze. How long have you known that you're a Perna? Not too long. I figured it out once I accidentally set a man on fire. She laughs. Well, you're powerful. Some Pernas look down on the late bloomers, which is stupid. Penny Calliope, that obnoxious girl who came along with us, is one of them. She makes me want to bang my head against the wall, but she's powerful, so there's a reason to keep her around, I guess. Yeah, I can tell she didn't like me. She barely likes anyone, so don't take that too personally. Pushing off the wall, Winter makes her way towards me. Want to do something fun? Or do you want to relax in your new home? Either option is fine with me. Something fun? Yeah, to take the edge off. There's a mischievous glint in her eyes. I guess. It's not like I'm going anywhere anytime soon. Perfect. Winter leads me through the village, but then takes a hidden route that is masked behind some heavy foliage. We squeeze through 2 large boulders that lead us towards a grotto, embedded within the mountain, with its entrance covered in long vines. A gate, which appears quick lackluster in preventing intruders like us from coming through, blocks off the entrance. No one is allowed here besides my grandmother, Winter whispers before jumping the gate. With no other option, I do the same. The grotto is dimly lit with a soft orange hue. Further into the cave there's a small pond, and looming above the body of water I see a familiar being that sends a shiver down my spine. What the... Here it is. Winter points out a green batch of weeds growing within one of the cracks in the ground. Silly weed. Have you ever tried it before? My eyes never stray from the stony gargoyle near the pond. Its huge, imposing figure is difficult to miss, but Winter is acting as if something like this is normal. What in the name of the deceiver is going on? Huh? I say, not entirely sure what she's even asking me. Silly weed. You can burn it in an incense pot and get high. Doesn't that sound fun? I do it when I've had a stressful day. It can help me sleep, but it's important to bathe afterwards because the smell clings to you. Are we just going to ignore that thing over there, next to the pond? Winter looks over her shoulder. Then she waves that off with her hand. Oh, don't worry about that. We don't mess with that thing. Why is it here in the first place? Beats me. It's been here for a while. Winter picks some sillyweed from the ground and presents it to me. Want to try this? It'll calm you down and make you forget all the worries in your life. I keep sneaking glances at the bastard. Why? Why can't I be free of those monsters? They're everywhere I go. I think I'm going to pass. Are you sure? It's a bit intimidating to try the first time around, but then you get used to the feeling. Next thing you know, you can't stop coming back to it. I'm not sure I want to do that. Well, if you're ever interested, just let me know. I won't tell anyone. Don't worry. The gargoyle's eyes are smoothed over by the stone that traps its body. I gaze over every detail, as if it's a sculpture, and not an encasement for an ancient, violent creature that could crush us if it so wanted to. Winter, we should get out of here! Give me a second, she says, continuing to pluck sillyweed strands out of the ground. I ran out the other day, so I need to replenish my supply. I'm serious, we really need to leave. Huh? Winter gazes up at me. What's wrong? My hands tremble violently as my eyes gloss over with tears. We should leave. Okay. She rises to her feet with her sillyweed in hand. Let's go.
Chapter 3.
Callis. What is this? A curious development, so it seems. Standing at the entrance of my cave, there are 2 witches. Powerful, young witches. So powerful, in fact, I can sense their magic emanating from their bodies, despite the distance that stands between them and I. One of them, the white-haired girl, appears too preoccupied with some plant on the ground to even look in my direction. The other, however, has not stopped staring at me since she entered the cave. She knows what I am. Perhaps she even knows who I am. How exciting. Their presence has awoken me from a perpetual slumber. Even though I am unable to move because of my imprisonment within this stone, my mind travels with the help of my psionic powers. This is what allows me to react, think, and mull about my next move. My key to freedom stands before me, with wide brown eyes and unkempt black hair. She is the one who will help me escape this torturous existence. I am a king, for the deceiver's sake. Before the Perna cursed my kind, I was the most powerful gargoyle to ever grace the land of Protheka. That was until I decided to mess with the witches, and they retaliated in a way I was not anticipating. Every gargoyle was trapped in stone from then on, all because of my reckless actions. I do not know for how long I have been asleep. I only know that I want out of this, and I am willing to pursue that goal at all costs. A single drop from the blood of a Perna will free me from the stone. She is the one who needs to help me. It must be her. "We need to leave," she says to her white-haired friend. Yuri and Winter, that is their names, based on the conversation I am hearing. Winter is the one obsessed with the plant, while Yuri is the one who keeps tugging at her friend's arm, begging her to leave. Curious. Is she afraid of me, perhaps? That is good. I am still worthy of respect, despite the fact that I have been trapped in stone for far too many years to count. I must reclaim my title as the king over these lands. My kind will return to our former glory. I was the one who caused our downfall. Now, I must be the one who elevates us back to our rightful positions, above all other puny creatures who dare believe they are more powerful than a gargoyle. The witches hurry out of the cave. Nightfall cloaks over the land, which means the young witch will soon be in bed, sleeping away the exhausting remnants of today. One of the advantages of my power is that I am able to slip into the dreams of those I am targeting. It is a great thing. In the dreamscape, I am able to walk, talk, and interact with others. It reminds me of the way things used to be. Before I messed everything up, that is. A flurry of energy hits me once I sense Yuri's slumber. Excitement. That is the first time I have felt such an emotion in a very long while. Entering another individual's dream, after being trapped for so long, feels like a breath of fresh air. I am walking. Looking down at my body, my smooth black skin materializes in front of me. It is a much better color than that dreadful gray that currently covers my body outside of the dreamscape. Almost immediately, it is clear to me that this is a nightmare, Yuri's dream. She is in the middle of a crowd of angry humans, hauling her away by the hair as they bring her to a wooden pole surrounded by flammable logs. She appears scared, but she is not putting up much of a fight against their attacks. Humans can be brutal at times. These ones spit and claw at her, striking her with their weapons and tossing stones in her direction. They do not even care how they are hurting each other in the pursuit of the witch. Their only aim is to destroy. Interesting creatures indeed. I wonder if Yuri recognizes the humans in the crowd. Perhaps that is the reason why she is too stunned to do anything. It is possible she is reliving a past memory. Or maybe this is one of her darkest fears, bubbling up from her subconscious and transpiring in the form of a dream. If that is the case, then I pity the girl. She is far too young to already be thinking about her death. Out of curiosity, I stay where I am standing so I can watch the rest of the nightmare transpire. There are some beings with the ability to control their dreams. In fact, going to sleep each night is an entertaining experience. How wonderful must it be to close your eyes each night and allow your thoughts to control the dreamscape in a way that feels akin to reality. Yuri does not possess that power, however. If she did, she would have stopped this terrible situation already. Better yet, she would not have found herself in such an unpleasant nightmare in the first place. She is allowing this to happen because it is simply out of her control. It arouses a feeling within my heart, but I am quick to shake it off. There is a duty that comes with my presence in this dream. I must not forget about it. Do you have anything to say in your defense? Yuri scowls. You're already tying me up to a pole. Burn her, the crowd chants. Burn the witch! Roberta! Yuri calls out. Immediately her eyes start watering up. What are you? Why are you here? Where's Chase? Where's everyone else? She is speaking to someone in the crowd. The look on her face screams betrayal, so this is someone she must have known. Those tears are genuine. My nose crinkles up in distaste. The crowd of humans continue to chant their desire to burn the witch. 2 men hold her arms down while a third wraps a roll around her body, anchoring her to the wooden pole. Another human holds a long torch, standing tall at the foot of the platform where they tied her up. Today, we gather here to see the long-awaited death of a much-hated Perna. The man gestures towards Yuri, who does not struggle against her hold. She stares blankly at the man, who taunts her so callously. You have destroyed our settlement. You have destroyed our livelihoods. I didn't mean to, she says weakly, unable to speak through the cracks in her voice. Please, I didn't mean to hurt anyone. I was protecting myself. So you do not deny the accusations against you? The man raises a brow before turning to the rest of the crowd. They are jumping on their heels, excited to see such a spectacle. Do you hear this? The witch does not deny what she's done. She burned a man's arm. An innocent man suffered at the hands of her evil power. The crowd erupts into a fit of jeers and taunts, throwing stones and other objects at Yuri. She does not react to this. She continues to stare at someone, standing in the middle of the crowd. Perhaps this is a sister, or a close friend of some kind. I do not know, but they matter a lot to her, and memories of that individual linger in her heart, still. Our settlement has suffered immensely, the man continues, not only because of the witch's power, but because of the gargoyle who dwells in the orphanage she comes from. A gargoyle. My eyes shift to Yuri. What does this mean? Does she already have experience with my kind? This must be true. Why else did she stare at me with such horror in her eyes back in the grotto? She knows. The gargoyle massacred our village. The man paces before the platform, waving around the torch for emphasis. He killed innocent people. After we are done with the Perna, we will go after him next. The crowd shouts their agreement, pounding their fists into the air and buzzing with excitement at the prospect of killing another creature. This intrigues me greatly. Have other gargoyles already been brought out of their slumber? If so, is it possible I won't be the only one fighting for the good of my kind? An exciting prospect. I am snapped back into focus by guttural screams coming from the crowd, demanding that they burn Yuri at once. They are incredibly insistent. It is almost shocking. Do they gain anything meaningful from a sacrifice like this? I have to learn more about humans. Only then will I understand their confusing customs and habits. All they want is to see her burn, so the man with the torch complies promptly. Lowering the flame upon the logs, they burst with an intense orange fire that makes the crowd go wild. Only then does Yuri start struggling against the ropes that bind her hands together. She is afraid. It is rare to find a being who can stand in the face of death and show no emotion after all. The fire consumes the logs quickly, burning their way towards the platform upon which Yuri stands. Smoke billows into the air, cutting off any chance of survival for a meaningful amount of time. Pinching the bridge of my nose, I sigh deeply. How annoying. I have to leap in and save her. The flame reaches her. It trickles up her body, consuming her clothing and burning them to ashes. Yuri screams and thrashes against the hold, begging for help while the crowd watches in delight as the Perna burns. None of this is real, She is not actually burning alive, nor is a crowd of humans applauding and cheering the fact that she is dying brutally by their hand. Still, it makes me wonder what kinds of things this girl has seen to make her dream this scenario so vividly. It is far too real. Was there ever a time a group of humans captured her and nearly burned her alive? Shaking away these thoughts, I approach the crowd with my long strides. The humans do not notice me, since I am coming from behind, so I waste no time in shoving some out of the way. They stare at me with their wide, colorful eyes. Some of them point tremulous fingers at me. "It's him! It's the monster that massacred our village! Capture him!" Even in the dreamscape, humans act in a silly way. They lunge towards me, poking at me with their weapons and prodding me with their stones. For the most part, it is easy to swipe them away with one brutish swing of my arm. They scurry away like children, climbing on top of each other to hurry off into the forests. They irritate me. I hope Yuri's dream is only exaggerating how annoying humans can be. If they are like this in reality, I'm going to lose my mind trying to find patience with them. Yuri notices me. Her eyes widen. Curiously enough, her skin refuses to burn. The rest of her clothing has fallen victim to the flame's excruciating heat, but not her. That is ideal. I must speak to her before she awakens.
Chapter 4. Uri. This is a dream, I know it is. A horrible, hyper-realistic dream, but that's all it is. Still, it's playing with my mind and tugging at my heartstrings, every single time. This happens to me often. Every once in a while, I'll have a dream where I'm being burned at stake with members of my family apparent amongst the crowd. In some variations of this dream, I'll see Chase. In others, I'll see Sarah. In this one, I see my siblings. They stand there with stone faces, staring blankly as the man with the torch ignites the logs and condemns me to a tortuous death. The pain of being burned to death doesn't match the heartbreak that cripples my body, seeing them standing there without the slightest hint of emotion coursing across their faces. I raised some of those kids. It's a betrayal like no other. One that haunts me long after the nightmare ends and I'm plunged back to reality. It sticks with me. At any moment, this could happen. An angry mob could tear me away and kill me without hesitation. I must keep my guard up at all times. I need to push forward regardless of what awaits me as my journey goes on. But what am I going to do now? Rhonda says she can't take my powers away, so the only thing left to do is master them. Take back control. The words echo in my mind. Achieve your potential. Suddenly, the flames surrounding my body disappear. The crowd stills to a tense silence which makes my eyebrows furrow together. Did I do that? There's no way. I've never been able to control my dreams like this. I let them run their course until they fade away on their own. No. There's something else going on. A dark figure emerges, towering over the crowd. It pushes its way through, ignoring the stunned glances and the shocked whispers its presence evokes within the mob. My breath hitches in my throat. I recognize that creature. It's the Gargoyle, the one trapped in the grotto beside the still pond. He has dark black skin and an imposing frame, with an easy ability to crush anyone in his path with one swipe of a closed fist. Gargoyles are terrifying creatures, they always have been. But this one... I swallow thickly, pushing myself against the stake that I'm no longer tied to. This is new. My dreams have never taken this sort of turn before. Glancing down at my body, I realize that the fire consumed my clothes, but left me intact. On instinct, I use my arms to shield myself from the creature heading my way. His eyes sweep across my trembling figure. I don't want to know what he's thinking about right now. It's too mortifying to even consider. This is a dream, it's all a dream. Once my eyes open, this will disappear in an instant. Yet for some reason, I'm not too sure I want to wake up from this one. A foreign thrill shoots down my spine, which causes me to waver in the presence of the Gargoyle. I've never felt like this before, and it's a feeling I want to explore more thoroughly. What are you doing here? I ask quietly, covering my chest with my hands and pressing my legs together to hide myself further. You're not supposed to... Not supposed to do what? The gargoyle's voice is smooth on the ears, carrying a confidence that makes the hairs across my body rise to attention. I saved you. You should be thanking me. You saved me? I repeated incredulously, drawing out the word for emphasis. What are you talking about? I wasn't going to burn. Then why did you allow this to happen? The gargoyle gestures to the spot where the crowd once congregated. Why did you allow those pesky humans to tie you up and burn you at stake? You were quite moved by what you saw in the crowd. I gnaw at my bottom lip. How much did he manage to see? How weak did he catch me being? You were going to allow yourself to burn, he continues, which makes me roll my eyes. I thought you were more powerful than that. At least, that is what I sensed from you when you approached me in the grotto. Perking up, I return his gaze. I don't even notice how he's reaching out for my hands, gently peeling them away from my skin so that I'm bare for his viewing. He leans back slightly, taking me in with half-lidded eyes. One of his hands glides down the side of my body, tracing the curves, and he nearly brushes his thumb along the sensitive skin of my nipple. This is a dream, so there's no use in fighting what's going to happen next, right? No reason to dwell on the way his actions send shockwaves through my core, making my heart hammer against my chest and causing blood to shoot down to the spot between my legs. Heat rises to my cheeks as I turn away. What's your name? Callis. His hand travels further up my body until he reaches my hair. He smiles as he entangles his large fingers in my strands, massaging my scalp. The position ensures that I'm unable to turn away from him suddenly. The dreamscape has a way of emboldening me, I suppose. This would never happen in reality, I'm sure of it. I would never stand naked in front of a gargoyle, allowing him to pet my hair while he stares deep into my eyes. Never. Do you have any idea how powerful you are? His voice is gentle but firm, sensual as sin. One mumbled spell from your pretty little mouth is all it takes to cause flames to engulf this world. I am certain you have realized that by now. What does it matter? My remark makes him wince slightly, as if with all of the things that I could have replied with, he least expected that one. There is no possible way you actually believe that, he replies, trailing a finger along my chin. You are powerful, more powerful than any other witch you have come across. He lowers his head to my ear, cupping my face with his two hands. And you will be my queen. I smile. What kind of sick joke is this? I don't mean to laugh in his face, but that's exactly what I do. He pulls away with narrowed eyes, gauging my expression as I raise a hand over my mouth, failing at holding back more giggles. Oh, come on! I say, unable to stop smiling. This dream is insane. Stop saying things like that. It'll never happen. Why are you so certain of that? Callis asks. I can give you the whole world, if you let me. And what's the catch? There's always a damn catch with these gargoyles. They're nothing but trouble. Crossing my arms over my chest, I wait for his answer. How do I become your queen? By awakening me. That's rich. Does this gargoyle really think I'm going to allow another one of his kind to roam this planet? After seeing the destruction and violence they're capable of, he must think I'm stupid. And how did you get here, Callis? I tilt my head, running my tongue over my teeth as I gaze at his features. He's beautiful, more so than the gargoyles I've seen before. There's a regal air to him. Why are you bothering me in my dreams? I believe a witch as beautiful, remarkable, and intelligent as yourself should know the answer to that one by now. What is going on? How is it possible that no human man has ever flirted with me in reality, but here stands a gargoyle trying to sweeten me up with his words? I'm losing it. There's just no other possibility. This isn't real, I mumble, rubbing my hand across my eyes. This is a sick joke of a dream. I'll tell you that. This was the best way to speak with you directly. My movements freeze. Raising up my eyes to look at him again, I catch him smiling. He knew that comment was going to make me pause. Well, yes it did, because what in the name of the abyss is that supposed to mean? Excuse me? I needed to speak to you, so here I am. While the rest of this dream is an illusion, I am not. I am real. He takes my wrist and sets my palm against his chest for good measure. And I am honest with my intentions. What? I will make you a queen, Yuri, he whispers, but that will only happen if you choose to awaken me from my slumber. The choice is yours, but if I were you, I know what I would pick. Being a queen doesn't sound so enticing as you make it seem. Really? Snaking his hand around my neck, he raises my chin so that our mouths are nearly brushing. It takes my breath away. I can't even lie. No one has touched me like this before. He's going to kiss me, and I'm going to let him. Why? It's a dream, an illusion that will disappear once I open my eyes. Only this time, my eyes open far more suddenly than I'm anticipating. I ignore the disappointment that settles quickly in my chest, the one that makes me want to curl back into my pillow, close my eyes, and hope for a continuation of that dream if I manage to sleep again. Yuri, I gasp. Blinking a few times, my eyes focus on the woman standing in the middle of the living room. There's a troubled expression on her face, as if she just witnessed everything that happened in my dream for herself. That's not possible. But now I'm second-guessing myself. Was I talking in my sleep? Rhonda! I rasp out, desperately needing some water to clear that knot at the back of my throat. What are you doing? I'm not a fool, child. I blink. How the hell do I respond to that? I know that the gargoyle visited you in your dreams. I sensed it off of you. Did you, how do I say it? I scratch the back of my neck awkwardly. Did you see anything that happened in the dream? No, I didn't need to. Oh, good. She narrows her eyes but continues. He appeared to you, didn't he? Rhonda approaches me slowly, taking long, elegant steps that make me sink further into my mattress. Telling you sweet things in the hopes that you will awaken him from his slumber? This sounds as if she's dealt with this before. He did, but you're not considering that, right, Yuri? Rhonda perks a brow, waiting for me to respond. My mouth opens and closes quickly as I search for the right words to say. In the end, I shut up and nod. My knuckles turn white with how tightly I'm clutching these blankets. My advice to you, she says before heaving out a sigh, ignore him. He will go back to sleep soon enough once he realizes that he's not going to get through to you. In the meantime, avoid the grotto at all costs. There's a reason why we're not allowed to wander into it, you know. Yes, I nod, feeling like a child being scolded again. Good. I'm glad we've come to an agreement. Rhonda turns on her heels, making her way out. Good night, Yuri. Sleep well. Good night, Rhonda. The door closes and I'm left with my thoughts, which is a dangerous thing. My mind wanders whenever I can't go to sleep, and this time, the predominant thought is treacherous as much as it is reckless. What if I don't want him to go back to sleep? Chapter 5. Yuri. Come on, Yuri! A surprised yelp flies from my mouth as Penny's magic bombards me against the side of a building during our sparring session. The blonde carries a self-satisfied grin on her lips, watching me struggle against her moves. She waits for me to catch my breath, resting a hand on her hip and observing her nails. I want to practice with someone who can actually put in some effort. I'm doing the best I can, I reply, taking in deep breaths. My life at the coven is exciting, albeit challenging at times. Rhonda made it clear that she was going to help me control my powers, but to do so, I need to put in a lot of work. If I don't, then there's no way I can stay here for the long term. At least that's what she told me. She's strict, harsh, and always running on a schedule. I like her, but she scares me sometimes. I don't want to let her down, not when she's given me this chance to prove myself. For that reason, I spar regularly with the other witches in the coven, which helps introduce me to different fighting styles that I need to adjust to. Fighting and practicing aren't the only things I do here, thankfully. That would get exhausting pretty quick. Whenever I have some free time, I sit on rooftops with Winter and listen to her ramble about the world. She's an interesting girl, kind and hardworking, with a strong love for her grandmother and coven. I respect that a lot. Delia is a sweetheart, one who would rather go hungry if it meant someone else could get a meal. After sparring sessions, she serves me warm foods and pinches the red tip of my nose before returning to the kitchen. I've since learned that she has an orc mate, the only male allowed within the coven's territories. He helps with repairs around the village, so he's an asset to the cause. After spending some time in the coven, I'm glad to see that I'm not the odd one out when it comes to developing my magic. There are other young witches here who hope to improve their skills under Rhonda's supervision. For the most part, I feel welcomed by the coven. The only one who makes me bust my ass to prove myself is Penny, a powerful witch who turns her nose up at anyone she considers weaker than her. With that in mind, it's not surprising that she's a disparaging figure to the other witches in the coven, including myself. "Are you done yet?" Penny calls out, staring at me as if I'm worth less than the grime stuck to her boots. "I don't have all day, you know. You should be lucky I even volunteered to help you out." "Sorry," I say, smiling slightly as I rub my hands together. "Did I ruin your day?" "You're getting close, kid." Without hesitation, Penny strikes first. She's eerily graceful with her moves, even while in combat. Bolts of magic shoot out of her palms and towards my chest. Countering quickly with energetic flares of mine, I catch her off guard when I create a flame out of my hands and push the hot air towards her, which causes her to duck away and shield her eyes. The other witches who are watching along the sides laugh and clap their hands. They, too, want to see Penny go down in a sparring session. My stomach knots up when I see Penny wipe her face with the back of her hand and glare daggers into me. She scrunches up her nose in distaste, taking the time to crack each knuckle in her hands, followed by her wrists and elbows. "Good one," she says in a flat tone. "You nearly got me." "Nearly?" My eyes widen, watching small mounds rise from the ground which head my way. I dive out of the way, knowing that I'll get launched into the air if one of Penny's hills tangles my feet from underneath. I land flat on my stomach, but I'm not even done flipping into my back before she's on me again, launching spell after spell towards me, not giving me the chance to recover even when she sees me crawling backwards and away from her oncoming form. "Penny, what in the blazes?" A girl from the sides stands from her seat, staring at us with furrowed eyebrows. "Give her a chance to get up at least." "Shut up," Penny grits her teeth. "You're not a part of this, so stay the out of my way." There's a brief window of time where Penny glances at the witches who are watching our session, giving me the chance to send a strong rush of energy out of my palms and into her chest, which sends her spiraling backwards. She falls on her back with a grunt, which only inflames the growing rage brewing behind her eyes. Rising to my feet, I take the moment to brush off the snow clumps that cling to my pants and jacket. What a damn mistake. I don't notice the way Penny lifts up her hand and shoots a torrent of energy towards me. The magic collides against my chest and sends my back into the nearest building. I'm surprised that it doesn't break my bones upon impact, but it succeeds in knocking the wind out of my lungs. Gasps are heard throughout the clearing as well as angered shouts. "Penny, what's wrong with you? You're being too rough with her." "I'm trying to teach her what it's like to get into a real fight. She's going to have to fight for her life one day, and I'm preparing her for it." "What?" "Don't look at me like I'm a damned villain, Bailey. I'm speaking the truth. You're going to hurt her if you keep doing stuff like that. Rhonda says—" "Rhonda isn't here right now, is she?" Penny perks a brow. "We're never going to train a new generation of strong fighters if we're going to abide by archaic rules that value a witch's feelings over their abilities." "It's not about feelings, you psychotic freak," another girl says, rolling her eyes at Penny's speech. "You knocked her into the side of a building. How is that going to build character?" "Do you think an orc A sorcerer or any other monster is going to hold back against her in a real fight? Penny points her finger at me. At this point, I'm sitting beside the building trying to ignore the humiliation burning in my cheeks. Raising a shaky hand to my nose, thick red droplets fall onto my fingers and across my palm. I clench my jaw, staring down at the blonde who keeps yelling at the other witches who are telling her to stand down. None of you can match up against me, so I don't know why you're running your mouth on the side. Penny rests her hands on her hips. If you want to spar with me that badly, just say it. It's not like Yuri is going to last that much longer against me anyway. That does it for me. Something snaps inside of me. Without thinking, I raise up my hands and form a fiery ball of energy that pulsates with each second, all the while blood drips out of my nose and onto my clothing. Fire burns around me, blackening the snow that is already turning crimson with my blood. Penny turns toward me, but it's already too late at that point. I launch the ball of energy from my hands and into her chest, which flings her across the clearing. She lands awkwardly on her arm, screaming out in pain. She writhes on the ground for a moment, clutching her abdomen. The other witches watch me with wide eyes and open mouths, but no one dares to interrupt me while I make my way towards Penny. I think they've been waiting for something like this to happen, which is understandable. This is a long time coming. My hands glow red and orange as I make my approach, ready to incinerate the bitch who has been nothing but a pain in the ass since I've set foot in this coven. No one will miss her, I can guarantee that. She bullies everyone else for not being as powerful as her. Who wants someone like that around? Do it. Wait a damn minute. Is that... what are you waiting for? This is your chance to kill the woman who has been tormenting you ever since you arrived at this coven. It's the Gargoyle. Callis. How is he? Glancing back at the other witches, I wonder if they can see him too. It doesn't seem like it. No one has said a word about his sudden appearance, nor commented about the crazy things he's saying. How are you? Here, I say, words barely above a whisper. There's no need for anyone to think I'm losing my mind because I'm speaking to myself. How did you wake up? I wish, he replies, followed by a smile. I am astral projecting. You will not be able to escape me either in your dreams or in your reality. Great. I'm stuck with the Gargoyle following me around, and I'm the only one who can see and hear him, so it seems. Why is this happening to me? So what are you waiting for, Yuri? Callis asks, gesturing towards Penny. She's still on the ground, writhing in pain. Meanwhile, fire consumes me and engulfs my open palms. My magic waits for my direction, ready to explode from my digits if I felt the need to attack. But I don't. What am I doing? I don't want to kill her. She's one of us. She's a witch like I am. No, I whisper, shaking my head. The flames die down and the energy dissipates from my hands. I don't want to hurt her. What? Callis scoffs. Why are you showing her mercy? If she was in your shoes, she would not hesitate to kill you. I know this for a fact. It doesn't matter. I'm not a murderer. You are never going to live up to your full potential if you sheath your claws the moment your enemy yields. She is not my enemy. She can be, Callis says, moving into my vision. She will be if she continues treating you in such a horrible manner. Do you think the rest of the witches will care if she dies? She does not have many friends here, Yuri. Only enemies. These are women who would love to see her rotting 6 feet under. I shake my head, firm in my decision. Penny will not die at my hand. Callis sighs, clearly annoyed with my decision. Why does he care about me or my training? Does he want to turn me into a monster too? To the abyss with you, Penny rasps, spitting out a clot of blood from her mouth. Her teeth are stained red, blood seeping between her incisors and across her gums. You stupid bitch. Ignoring her harsh words, I offer a hand. Are you all right? I didn't mean to. Don't touch me. Penny swats me away and nearly kicks me in the face. You're going to pay for this, just you wait. Callis clicks his tongue. She is a worrisome creature. But she's part of the coven, I say in my mind. She deserves to be here as much as any of us. I refuse to let Callis corrupt me with his immoral ways. I'm better than that. I won't stoop down to a gargoyle's level under any circumstances.
Chapter 6. Callis. Are you ever going to get tired of following me around? Yuri asks, perking a brow as I follow her on a trail that curves around the mountain. Don't you get tired of being obnoxious all the time? Yuri is the only one who can see and hear me, which irritates her to no end, I can tell. She cannot escape me, not in her dreams nor in her reality. She doesn't speak about me to the other witches here because they don't know what she's talking about. That delights me. She's my only companion. If only she could listen to me. That would be great. However, I'm slowly chipping away at her defenses. Day by day, bit by bit. I never leave her alone, so I've picked up on a few of her mannerisms and behaviors. I know when she's feeling angry, distressed, or frustrated. Her nose crinkles up whenever that penny girl comes around, and she plays with her hands whenever she's in deep thought. I'm somewhat fond of the girl, but I don't let her know that. For that reason, it's quite easy for me to fill her ears with sweet words and promises that I don't truly mean. I tell her how she's going to be my queen, and how the whole world will know her name if she frees me from the stone. And her response? I don't want people to know me. Incredible. It's a shame I'm unable to influence the world around us. Otherwise, I would have caused an avalanche that destroys this coven and all of its inhabitants. They irritate me. The only one I tolerate is Yuri, but even she gets on my bad side sometimes. Not now, though. We're walking through a lightly forested region, with Yuri's feet crunching upon leaves and branches as we wander aimlessly. She stares with wide, curious eyes at our surroundings, unwilling to vocalize her thoughts with me. How I wish she could tell me what she's feeling right now. Deep inside my heart, I sense a yearning for her, a desire for closeness. It's foolish, I must admit that, but I've spent years without the company of another being. It was only natural to get attached to the first living being I set my eyes upon, and in my case, that was Yuri. I'm glad it was her. I don't think I am being obnoxious at all, actually. No. Yuri places her hands behind her back as we walk. I disagree. I don't get why you keep following me around when it's clear that I won't give you what you want. I have nothing for you. A smile curls my lips upwards. If only she knew what I want to do with her once I'm freed. It's not a matter of if anymore. It's a matter of when. In time, you will understand why this is the best decision you will ever make. Yuri laughs dryly, shaking her head. You're wrong. I've had too many horrible experiences with gargoyles. I'm not interested in repeating past mistakes. Tell me about them then. Moving in front of her, I try to catch her gaze, but she quickly turns away. Why do you hate my kind? She sighs through her nostrils and refuses to look at me. Gnawing on her bottom lip, she stops walking and stares into the forests. I hold my breath, waiting for her to talk about the memories gathering behind the glossiness of her eyes. There's no use dwelling on the past, she says softly. She starts walking again, only more slowly than before. Her eyes are trained upon the ground. I don't like gargoyles, and I don't plan on explaining why. Don't ask me again. You're a human, I remind her. I don't listen to your kind. You have no right to order me around. Finally, Yuri looks at me. There's a smile on her face, but there's no happiness to it. No wrinkles around the eyes, no show of teeth. It's rather forced. I think you're forgetting our dynamic. You're the one who has been begging me this entire time to free you from the stone you're trapped in. I'd tread carefully if I were you. Your future is in my hands. You're bold, I remark, continuing my pursuit as she tries to place some distance. I want you to enjoy the good things in life. I'll make that possible for you if you let me free. I was a king once. Before this all happened. King or not, you're getting nothing out of me. I'm earning the trust of my coven. I spent way too long trying to find this place, so I'm not letting this chance slip through my fingers just because you keep nagging in my ear about freeing you. Siding with you would be like betraying Rhonda, and I have no plans in doing that. But what if— Stop that, Yuri whispers, rolling her eyes. Stop creating these scenarios. It's annoying. You're not going to make me a queen, and you're not going to form a special bond with me. It's a ruse. I'm not a child anymore. I can tell when someone is tricking me. How can you be so sure? I ask, drawing closer. I want to reach out and touch her, but my chest aches every time my hand goes through her body. It makes me feel so powerless, so I pull back. My feelings for you are pure and strong. I honor my word. If I say that you're going to be a queen, then you're going to be one. No questions asked. Why is it so difficult for you to realize that I don't want to be a queen? Yuri turns around and shoots me a glare, but it does nothing to faze me. Humans are funny, thinking one look will be all it takes to strike fear in my body. I want to live a simple life where I'm in control of my powers and of my destiny. That's all. I can help you with that. No, she says, followed by a laugh. You can't. You're trying to use me for your own gain. Once you're freed, you're going to destroy the nearest village and kill a crowd of innocents. I don't want to live the rest of my life with a guilty conscience, so no thank you. Why would I do such a thing? I frown, wondering where she got that idea from. I'm not interested in killing humans. You see us as inferior. I see them as inferior, but not you. That makes no sense. I am them. I am a human. Yuri balls up her fists. Why don't you leave me alone already? I don't like having you around. You're driving me crazy. I shrug. That doesn't matter to me. Of course not, she mumbles, words full of venom and spite. You're a gargoyle, after all. You only care about yourself. Nothing else matters in the world. That's not entirely true. It is. I've seen this all before. Running her hand through her hair, she keeps walking straight. She refuses to look at me anymore. I don't trust you. I don't see why you shouldn't. I want the best for you, Yuri. I want to see you flourish into a powerful witch. I know that you are capable of that. You're stronger than all of the witches here. Even that blonde one who causes you so much trouble. Penny. Yuri furrows her brows. I don't know. She has a lot of years of experience under her belt, and she knows how to knock the wind out of my chest. I hate to say it, but she's good. So? You can be better. I have to bust my ass off to be better than her. Then why don't you do it? Nothing is stopping you. All of the resources are at your disposal. It is up to you to use them. Pressing her lips into a thin line, she nods. She's agreeing with me for once. This is good. The closer I get to her, the more attached she will become. Then, she will free me. There's a spark in Yuri. I can see it in her eyes every time I look at her. She's special. She's the one that will set me free. Do you really think so? Yuri asks, crossing her arms over her chest and rubbing patterns into her skin. I'm far behind everyone else in regards to skill and technique. You have not known about your powers for long, so that's normal. It'll take time to build yourself up, but— Wait. Huh? What do you mean? Don't tell me to— Shut up! Yuri holds out a hand, silencing me instantly. I'm too stunned to speak at this point because why does this human feel so compelled to treat me like this? It's not right. But then, I follow her eyes and see what she's staring at. They're making their way up the mountain path, storming through as if this land is theirs. My upper lip curls instinctively. Orcs. Oh shit, she whispers, looking around. What do I do? I'm alone. You know exactly what to do, I reply, sending her a blank stare. You're powerful, and it's time to put your skills to the test. Go on. What? Yuri exclaims. This isn't a time for your games and riddles. Orcs are coming. They're heading towards the village. I have to warn Rhonda. And you're just going to let them gain more distance? Why don't you stop them? Me? Yes, you. How am I supposed to do that? I'm by myself. I can't take on a group of them. You don't have to, I say. Instead, I gesture towards the mountainside. Snow clings precariously to the jagged ridges. One strong surge of energy would create an avalanche that would blanket these orcs before they even know what's going on. Yuri follows my gaze but grimaces, as if she's too scared to even attempt such a wonderful plan. What's wrong? It's an easy spell. You've learned this during your practice session. I've seen you use it before. No, I can't, Yuri says, shaking her head. I'm too weak. I can't. You can. And what if something goes wrong? What if I bring the avalanche down on the coven instead of the orcs? That's an irrational fear. You know that. Her eyes gloss over with heavy tears. She continues to shake her head. She's panicking. I can see the way her fingers tremble as the orcs gain distance on us. It's a frustrating thing. It makes me wonder why I'm here in the first place, pining after a young witch who is too scared to use her own spells. She has a lot to learn. Yuri! A woman's voice calls out her name. Turning around, I'm not too surprised to see Rhonda Sharp hurrying down the same path we took. What are you doing here? Rhonda demands, taking Yuri by the arm as if she were a child. Why are you alone? Yuri's eyes quickly land on me before moving elsewhere. I was just taking a walk. I wanted some fresh air. Rhonda sighs, loosening her grip. Well, it's a good thing you were out here. No one would have known about this threat otherwise. And how did you find us? I wonder this to myself, and I nearly say it aloud, but I'm a bit afraid to talk around the witch. I know that she can't hear me or see me, but she's powerful, and she makes me second-guess myself at times. It's a shame how low I've fallen. I'm intimidated by a witch. When I'm free, I'll make things right again. Things will return to how they used to be, and I'll enact revenge on those who wanted to destroy my kind. Not only that, but I'll finally get my hands on Yuri. I haven't stopped thinking about what I would do to her ever since I saw her in that dreamscape. Naked, vulnerable, and alluring. Other witches from the coven approach from behind us. I scowl. What kind of mess will this turn out to be?
Chapter 7. Sonnamre naam sa Uri. Callis is irritated with me. I know he is from the way he grumbles and mutters next to me. I wish I could drive him away, but I have no idea how. I don't even want to be in this situation to begin with. I just wish I could be normal. Rhonda waves her arms, distracting me from Callis's mutterings as she puts up a force field of broken, jagged pieces of rock to stop the orcs from getting closer. State your business, Rhonda says firmly, voice loud and carrying. The orcs look annoyed at the rock wall. We are the orcs of the Scarred Foot clan. One particularly large one steps forward, and I hear Callis growl next to me. No one else can hear him or see him. He's like a bodyguard I never wanted. We have come for the one called Darish. Delia grasps Darish's hand tightly, and I see them draw closer out of the corner of my eye. I don't want to go anywhere, Darish says, stepping forward bravely. I choose to be here with my mate, with my family. Being with humans is an abomination of everything we stand for. The large orc, who I'm guessing is the clan's leader, yells, "You disgust me, Darish!" The orc leader has got vivid red hair and a red beard, standing several inches taller than Darish and is much broader than him. He looks like quite the threat. Maybe I should have listened to Callis after all. I dismiss that thought immediately. No way should I ever listen to Callis. Garruk, I don't want trouble. Darish holds out his hands. You are welcome to lead the tribe in my stead, but stay away from my village and my people. You are a disgrace to orc kind, Garruk sneers. You will come back with us or we will wipe out your people where they stand, he says, emphasizing the word. I have no desire to return to the tribe, Darish says, swinging out his hands in a wiping motion. You can leave or you'll find that you're facing far more than you counted on. Humans, bah, Garruk spits out. Humans are weak, pathetic, useless. You lie with a woman, it's worse than lying with a Tara. At least Tara have uses. Don't talk about my mate like that. Darish clenches his enormous hands into fists. Beside me, I feel Kallus also going stiff in rage. If I were corporeal, I could wipe these bastards out with a single flick of my wrists, Kallus says, sneering at the orc tribe. You need to set me free, Yuri. I ignore him. If I just ignore him, maybe he'll leave. I don't want to be involved with him at all. It's better for both of us if I pretend he's not there. I know you're ignoring me, Yuri. Callis growls. Stop that. You can become so powerful with me by your side. All you have to do is free me. No, I mutter out loud. A few of the Perna who don't know about Callis look at me funny. No, you won't take Darish, I yell, covering up my slip. We will stand against you. I don't really want to be a Perna, but I can't say that I've hated being around the coven. They've welcomed me in a way my own village never did and gave me the gift of learning more about how to manage and control my powers. So while I'm being foolish by yelling at orcs, I also know that I won't let them take or hurt my new friends. Yeah, Lorelei pipes up beside me. She's one of the women who have helped me integrate into the village coven. She's been so kind and has helped me practice with her from time to time. You can't have him. No one steals my mate from me, Delia adds, crossing her arms. Darish looks back at her, an anxious expression on his face. Nice try, Garruk chuckles, but you lot aren't a threat to us. Men, go ahead. Wipe them out. No! Darish jumps in front of his mate, dropping her hand. I won't let you hurt them. Then you leave us no choice. Garruk draws his axe, holding it out. Step aside. I won't let you. Darish repeats through gritted teeth. That's my mate. Everyone here is my family. We're wasting time, another orc calls from further back. Get them! No, Darish yells again. Don't, I'll come. Just leave the people of this village alone. You can have me, just promise me that you won't harm them, Garruk, he says, voice firm. Darish, no! Delia rushes forward, but her mate pushes her back. Darish, please listen. We can take them. You don't have to do this. I'm not going to let you get hurt, sweet, he says, looking down at her. The look in his eyes is so gentle, so loving, that a surge of jealousy wells up. No one has ever looked at me that way. You can't sacrifice yourself, Delia protests. You don't have to. As touching as this is, I'm afraid you're out of options, Garruk says. You will leave with us, or none will survive. Then I'll leave. Darish pulls away from Delia. No! Delia shoots a burst of magic at the orcs, hitting one of the tribe with a bolt of lightning. It's not strong enough to kill him, but it does send him reeling back. The Perna have attacked, Garruk yells to his men. Retaliate! Suddenly, a whirlwind of activity erupts around us. The coven begins to fire off spells of protection and defense, trying to keep the orcs from our village. The orcs use their weapons to deflect the spells, gaining on us. Rhonda can't keep the barrier up forever, so she has to drop it to defend herself from an attacking orc's knife. She uses transmutation to change a nearby branch into a staff, wielding it like a battle weapon against the orcs' axes. "Now will you free me?" Callis yells as I have to defend myself against an orc with a club. I shoot a ball of fire at the club, burning it up in his hands. I can't focus on Callis right now. I have to concentrate. The orc drops the club, screaming in pain, and he charges straight at me, trying to attack me directly. He shoves me up against a rock wall, wrapping his hands around my throat. Callis screams in rage but can't do anything because he's still non-corporeal. Instead, Darish comes to my defense, ripping the orc off me with his strength and throwing him to the side. "Are you all right?" he asks, a frantic look on his face. I nod. "He didn't manage to get a grip very long before you got him off," I tell him. My voice is hoarse. This is why I wanted to be normal. I never wanted to go on a crusade against an orc tribe, having to use my abilities to defend myself, what I wouldn't give for a quiet life. Darish leaves me after ascertaining I'm all right so he can protect Delia, whose abilities are much weaker than other members of the coven. I spot Lorelei firing off jets of boiling water from her position near the path entrance and head towards her to help her fight. An orc nearly cleaves me in two, but Rhonda shoots a tangle of vines towards him, wrapping him up tightly until he can't move. It's impressive watching Rhonda work. She's got so much mastery over her abilities. A part of me wishes I was that skilled. Instead of ruminating, I focus my attention on the 3 orcs surrounding Alexia, one of the youngest coven members. She's firing off weak balls of energy magic at them, but it's not doing enough to ward them off. "Hey!" I yell, gathering energy inside me to create a large fireball. "Pick on someone your own size!" I yell, hurling the huge ball directly at them, lighting the one nearest to me on fire immediately. He screams, stumbling back into one of the others, and they're both on fire now. I run to Alexia and grab her hand, pulling her away from the 3rd orc, who gets knocked over by his compatriots as they run around trying to put out the fire on their bodies. "Come on!" I yell. Alexia looks back to see an orc gaining on us. It's the 3rd. He's righted himself and is headed straight for us. Just before he can reach us, though, Winter appears in front of him, commanding a large wall of rocks to hover over his head. "Don't move," she threatens, "or I'll drop these rocks on you." "Stand back," I say, pushing Alexia behind me. "Do you want to be lit on fire like your brothers?" I stand next to Winter, holding my hands up, fire crackling and glowing around them. A whizzing noise whistles overhead and I turn, seeing an arrow headed straight for Winter. She's forced to drop the rocks to freeze the arrow in place, and the orc launches himself at her. My magical abilities aren't as honed as Winter or Rhonda, so I'm already losing energy inside with how much I've expended already. "Alexia, can you draw a wall of water yet?" I turn to her and ask. She trembles slightly but nods. "Yes." "Good, do that right now," I tell her. Alexia raises her hands, muttering an incantation, and a wall of water appears just in front of the orc. I light the wall on fire for a brief moment, and the water appears to be burning. The orc still approaches but eyes the water warily. I might not have the strength to build a wall of fire right now, but I can heat the water that Alexia conjures to a boiling temperature, so if the orc rushes it, he'll boil his skin off. "Retreat!" one of the orcs yells. He's covered in cuts and bleeding profusely and is cradling his arm to his chest. "No!" Garrick yells. "I don't care what it takes. Defeat these Perna!" "We need more manpower!" the orc yells back. Garrock looks angry, but as he glances around, he realizes that our side has taken out about half of theirs already. He doesn't stand a chance at defeating us. "Retreat!" He gives the order, and his men start to fall back, coming back together in a group and heading back down the mountain path. "This isn't over," Garrick yells. "We will be back with more forces. All Perna will leave the mountain in chains. Or not at all." We're all drained from the fight and we stand in a tight group, watching them leave until we're certain they're gone. "Well done," Rhonda tells me, panting and shaking with the energy expended. She's sweating but looks uninjured. Most of the Perna are uninjured except for a few, but even their injuries are pretty minor. "Do you really think they'll be back?" Lorelei asks Rhonda. She nods, eyes still on the mountain path entrance. "No doubt about it," she says. "I've encountered Garrock before. He was just a young upstart back then. Now he's known as Garrock the Red, she continues, turning to face us. He's quite feared around the settlements at the base. I would recommend that we increase training of all the young coven members and increase patrols around the village. I want to know the second they're within eyesight of our village. I'll take a patrol tonight, Darish says. After all, I'm the reason they came up here. No, Rhonda shakes her head. You might be the initial reason they came up, but I promise that you're not the main or only reason. I set my mouth in a grim line. This isn't over.
Chapter 8. Callis. I growl and pace the length of Yuri's room. See, I say, pointedly looking at her. I told you to drop a mountain on those orc bastards. Yuri sprawls out on her bed with a low groan and covers her face with her arm. She looks exhausted. It strikes something inside me to see her like this. You did not listen to me. And they are going to come back, I tell her. She continues to ignore me, aggravating me. Listen to me when I speak to you, I thunder. You should pay me more respect. I am a king. I can't talk to you, she says, turning so her face is buried in the quilt. You're bad for me. Bad? How am I bad for you? I demand. Because, Yuri waves a hand, still face down on the bed. You don't get it. What is there to understand? She ignores me, leaving me to puzzle out her words on my own. Is she attracted to me? Is that what she means? A smirk blooms across my face. So the little human feels things towards me. Excellent. I can use this to my advantage. You want me? I slide closer to her, close enough to feel the heat of her skin. I can't touch her, but I can tempt her like this. Of course you do. I am powerful and have a magnificent body. As a god, you would be remiss to not notice that. Go away, Callis, Yuri says, throwing a pillow at me. It passes through my incorporeal form and lands on the woven rug with a soft thud. I shall leave to let you get rest, I inform her. I can tell she is tired, so I will return tomorrow. Taking my leave, I retreat back to my stone form, keeping watch over the grotto. Yuri is a tough nut to crack, but I will get her to free me. The next day I come back when she wakes and I sit on the bed next to her. Good morning, I tell her. She stares up at me from one half-open eye. Go away, Callis, she mutters. I wish I could reach out and touch her, but I can't. Not until I've gotten her to awaken me. You look lonely here, I tell her instead. Perhaps if you awaken me, I can lie in bed next to you and comfort you. Keep you company. I'm not lonely, Yuri insists, and I don't need a bedmate. She blushes, though, and turns her head away. Too bad. You have no idea how good I could make you feel. I'm not having this conversation, she complains, voice muffled by the pillow. I have to get up soon anyway. I have more training today. Rhonda and Winter are increasing our training in case the Orcs come back. I know. I was there when she announced it, I inform her. Yuri rolls her eyes and sits up, ignoring me again. I grumble and curl my lip. I dislike when you ignore me, I tell her. She continues to ignore me anyway, even when I follow her around, watching her make food for herself. Fine, I say, leaving. How dare the foolish human ignore me? She has no idea who she is dealing with. I am a king. I am a commander. I will not be ignored. If she is going to ignore me, I refuse to grace her with my presence. I spend the day watching her get her butt kicked in training, and return that night to her bungalow, a smile on my face. You know, if you freed me, I could help you with those injuries, I tell her, as she massages her calf to work out a kink. She doesn't look up,
I could give you a very thorough rub-down, I add. You would feel absolutely bliss from my touch.
Yuri lets out a strangled noise and stops her fingers. Go away, Callis. Her cheeks are bright red. Ah, good. I have had an effect on her. You would like that? Me, rubbing my large warm hands over your body, massaging out every sore muscle until you are a puddle for me. My voice gets lower and deeper. Yuri seems frozen by my words. She glances at me from the corner of her eye, biting her lip. I can tell she is having an internal debate. But before I can break down her barriers, a knock sounds at her door. Yuri, would you like to have dinner together? I hear the voice of the one called Lorelei call from outside. Narrowing my eyes, I turn back to look at Yuri. The spell has been broken, and she is back to ignoring me. Yes, I'll be right there, Yuri says. Stay here, she turns to me, ordering me around. I don't want you hovering around while I'm trying to eat. I glare at her. I will not be ordered around. You cannot tell me what to do. I need a night away from everything, Callis. Please, she says, eyes big. I put a hand to my forehead, sighing. Fine, I agree. Yuri has been working herself very hard to train, and I can see she is in no mood to free me tonight. But I will be back tomorrow, and the next day. I will be back every day until you free me, I promise. Yuri shakes her head at me, grabbing her cloak and heading to the door. I wish I knew what she was thinking. If I could get in her head, this would be much easier. I could figure out exactly what to say or do to get her to free me from my stone prison. The next day when I appear, Yuri seems to be expecting me. I come to her bungalow when she gets a break in her training to eat. You're late, she says, taking a mouthful of grain stew.
I appear when I want to, I tell her. But if you must know, I was keeping an eye on things from the grotto.
Yeah? On what, the Brox? She teases. I smile, pleased to see her in a much more light-hearted mood. Or maybe you like to indulge in sillyweed. I cannot touch the plants. I shake my head. And I have no desire to indulge in any mind-altering substances. I have plans. Yeah, you want to use me? She frowns. Like I'm just a vessel for your revenge. All you gargoyles want revenge, she says stiffly. I do not bother to deny it. The Perna are our enemy for a reason. I have other plans, I tell her instead. Not just revenge. I do not need the other village Perna for my plans. I only need Yuri. Yeah, right, she snorts. Like what? You want to know? I ask, seeing my chance. She stiffens when she feels my deep voice in her ear. I moved closer without her realizing. My plans involve you. You, as my right-hand woman. My queen. We can rule the world together. Not interested. Yuri turns away from me, but her cheeks are pink. I've told you before. I don't want to rule the world. I don't even want to be a Perna. I just want to be normal. That is highly overrated, I say. You want to be an average human scrabbling out a meek and meager existence? Living a hard, cruel life? When you could have riches beyond your wildest imaginations? And the power to have anyone bend to your will? She sways a little closer to me. No, I don't, she says, though I am not convinced she is telling the entire truth. You cannot tell me that you do not dream about taking revenge on the ones that tried to burn you, I point out. I have seen it in your dreams. You want them to pay. You hate that the weasel called Neil was given a position of honor at the side of the gargoyle that helped you. You feel that justice was not served. Yuri balls her hands into fists as I tell her about what I saw in her dreams. I am angry, she admits. I know Sarah wanted to forgive and forget, but I wish they would have burned too. They chased me from my home, from my only family. I can sense I am getting through to her. I can help you with that, I tell her, and you can help me with my quest. Just free me. Just then, a loud bell starts to clang.
The orcs are back, a voice shouts, continuing to ring the bell loud enough to alert the village. They're back! I follow Yuri as she rushes outside to see what is going on. The tribe has returned, with larger numbers, along with a coalition of sorcerers that march in front. They're coming up the side of the mountain, still a ways off but getting closer. Yuri, you need to free me, I tell her. This is not a game anymore. The sorcerers are a powerful force on their own. Combined with the orc tribe, they would be nearly unstoppable. I can't, she says through gritted teeth, not looking at me. Rhonda would be so mad at me, and you would kill my new friends. I would never do anything that would upset you, I promise. You are important to me. Her resolve is wavering, weakening. These sorcerers are going to wipe you out, I tell her. You need my help. I promise that I will not harm your friends if you free me. She turns, running inside her bungalow, where we can talk in private. You promise not to hurt my friends? She asks. I nod. I will not harm anyone you consider a friend, I say. She looks satisfied by that. Now will you free me? She hesitates. Yuri, I tell her, facing her. The only chance the Perna have is if you free me. She wraps her arms around herself and nods, once. I'll have to sneak around to get to the grotto, she says slowly. And I need to do it fast. What path can I take? Go behind your bungalow, creep through the woods at the edge of the village, and circle back around to the other side. There's a trail that the one called Winter takes to traverse to my grotto and breathe in the fumes of that plant from time to time. Okay. Yuri nods again and heads out of her bungalow and slips towards the back. No one is paying attention right now, with their worry over the enemy approaching from the west. Stumbling through the woods, Yuri circles around the outskirts of the village, trying to stay hidden behind trees and bushes. She manages to make it all the way around and slips into my grotto, approaching my stone statue form. I retreat inside, waiting for her to bring me to life. Pulling out a knife from her boot, she glances at the dagger for a moment, lost in thought before bringing it up to her palm and slicing it open. Blood drips down her fingers immediately, and she presses a hand to my chest, right over my heart, leaving a trail of blood behind. She can't see anything happening right away, but something is happening inside me. I am awakening. I need more blood, I tell her. Keep your hand there. She obeys, holding her palm to my chest once more. The statue starts to crackle, lines running through the stone. Larger cracks appear and broken bits fall off. It's not working, she yells. You're being destroyed. The stone erupts apart and I stand up from the ruins of the statue, spreading my wings to their full span. No, I say with a grin. I'm awake.
Chapter 9. Yuri. Somehow, the non-corporeal version of Callis doesn't do the real thing justice. I gape at the image before me, the man himself alive and in the flesh. Well, fleshy stone. He's amazing. His skin shines obsidian, and his leathery wings span out behind him with razor-sharp claws tipping each peak. His face looks chiseled from the gods, all sharp lines and angular cheekbones. His lips aren't as full as Gorion, but they still look big and pouty. He's got ink-black hair that falls in waves to his broad shoulders. He's massive, too. Somehow, in his non-corporeal form, he didn't seem to take up that much room, but in the flesh, Callis is huge. His bulging biceps flex as he spreads his wings out, easily twice the size of my thighs. His pectoral muscles are larger than my entire head. The leather straps wrapped around his biceps look like they'd pop off with a single flex of his arms. He's got thighs that could crush a human skull between them, and massive, taloned feet, with a long, thick tail that wraps around him, laying on the ground in front of him. He watches me gape at him and smirks, a knowing smile on his lips. "Come," he offers me his hand. "We need to get rid of those bastard orcs," he growls. Grabbing onto me, he pulls me close as he rushes us out of the grotto and straight into the fight, which has already started. Rhonda notices us immediately but doesn't say anything when she sees Callis begin to beat the orcs back, joining our side. I face off against the orcs and their sorcerer compatriots and begin to fight. I'm stronger than a few days ago, and I use this to my advantage. Though I don't like my magic, I'm learning how to embrace it, to use it to its full potential. I shoot fire at the orcs left and right, still sticking to my fire powers. It's what I'm most comfortable using right now. I haven't trained much in any other areas because I'm scared. But right now I'm starting to wish I had because the sorcerers seem prepared for my fire powers this time. They've got one following me around, using water magic to deflect my attacks, and I can't seem to move fast enough to get away from the sorcerer, so I start flinging my magic at him, at least distracting him from fighting the others. We're squared off in the largest part of the pass, the two of us duking it out in a battle of wills. I shoot a fireball straight for his chest, and he deflects with a wave of water that extinguishes my fire. Think, I tell myself. I practiced this with Lorelei the other day. What did I do when she continued to use water against me? I had to switch tactics. A growl erupts from my chest when the sorcerer conjures a cloud of rain to fall over my head, drenching me. I can't use my fire power now, and he knows this, grinning at me. Instead of using fire, I have to use another kind of magic. I try to blow a gust of wind his way, but I'm not strong in air magic. Ugh, think. My eyes flit up to the cloud overhead and I have an idea. Clouds can be used for storm magic, right? I concentrate hard and at first, nothing happens. "Give up, Perna," the sorcerer calls, using the word like it's a dirty term. I picture the power flowing through my core, from my center outward, the magic connecting me to the living world. A bolt of lightning zings from the cloud, zapping the taunting sorcerer hard. He goes down with a scream, the water around him acting like a conduit and continuing to zap him. "Good job, Yuri," Winter calls, currently working on freezing an orc to the spot he's standing. "You're really becoming powerful now that you're letting yourself access more of your magic." I smile at her compliment but continue to hold myself in a defensive stance, waiting for another orc to approach. It's only then that I see what Callis has been up to while I was busy with the water mage. And he's been busy. He's brutally tearing apart orcs left, right, and center with his bare hands, clawing them to vicious shreds with razor-sharp talons. He picks an orc up with his feet and flies into the air, dropping him on another orc so they both go tumbling down. I stare in a kind of fascinated horror at the sight. I've seen both Levias and Gorion fight, so it's not like I don't know that gargoyles can be brutal during battle, but seeing Callis fight like that is different somehow. He dispatches sorcerers easily, despite the spells they throw his way. They hit his skin like it's nothing, and he continues to battle forward. Rhonda and Winter work together to continue freezing orcs in their spot, and then Kallus comes after them, wrenching their heads off their bodies. Blood sprays everywhere, and yet Kallus seems undeterred. I turn back to focus on the fighting, trying to get the image of the decapitated orcs out of my head when an orc rushes me, trying to pin me against the side of the mountain like before. Callis seems to sense my troubles and stops beheading orcs to come after the one attacking me. He screams a battle cry and launches himself at the orc attacker, slicing through his chest in one swoop. The orc falls down dead. I stare up at Callis, gratitude blooming inside me. "Thank you," I say, not sure how to respond to that gesture. "I will not let harm come to you," he vows, taking flight once more to battle more orcs. I'm too stunned to move for a moment, but hearing Delia cry out spurs me into action. Moving forward, I rush in front of her, using my newfound skill to shoot another bolt of lightning at her attacker. The sorcerer dodges the attack, but this gives Delia enough time to throw an open potion bottle at him, turning him into a brox. He ribbits away, and I turn back to Delia. "Are you all right?" She nods, breathing hard and clutching at her leg. which is a solid purple color with painful-looking boils sprouting up all over her skin. "I've got a potion to counteract this in my pouch," she gasps out. The pain must be getting to her because she's pale and looks dizzy. "Get it out for me?" "It's the blue one, with the black stopper." I'm forced to pull Delia away from the battle, the two of us ducking behind a tree so I can help her treat the spell on her leg. The battle still rages around us, magic being thrown left and right. I hear Kallus in the background, screaming as he continues dispatching orcs. The pouch is full of potion vials, and I can't see the one she's talking about at first. "There's so many!" I exclaim. "I'm not as strong in magic, but I'm a potions master," she explains. "It's probably near the bottom of the pouch. Dump it out if you have to," she adds with a hiss, her legs starting to swell. I do as instructed, dumping the potions onto the ground and find the bottle she was talking about. "Here," I say, thrusting it out to her. She shakes her head. "My fingers are starting to swell." She shows me her fingers, which are also purple and beginning to sprout painful boils. I uncork the bottle and offer it to her. "Pour 3 drops onto my leg," she instructs me, "then my hands, and anywhere else if it starts to turn purple." Carefully pouring 3 drops, I watch as her leg starts to instantly shrink back to normal size, the boils disappearing before it fades from purple back to her normal skin color. Wow, Delia's skill with potions is amazing. I turn my attention to her hands now and repeat the process. Her skin goes back to normal and we monitor her for a moment before deciding that it hasn't spread anywhere else yet. I plug the bottle back up and offer it to Delia, who starts scooping up potions and putting them back in her pouch. "I'm fine now," she says, waving me off from helping. "Go, fight the orcs." Turning away from her, I rush out from behind the tree to find that the battle is almost over. The orc forces have been pushed back with Callis's help. I join the battle, helping dispatch a few last orcs with fire and lightning magic before Garrick gives the signal to retreat. We watch them disappear down the mountain once more. "They'll be back," Rhonda promises. "This isn't over yet. They're angry now. We need to be prepared." I glance at Callis and can't help feeling worried. Will I get in trouble for waking him now? Will he turn on the coven, despite the promise that he wouldn't? It looks like I get my answer sooner than expected. Callis and Rhonda face each other, both expressions grim and determined. "You are not welcome here, Gargoyle," Rhonda says, narrowing her eyes. "I go where I please," he growls back at her. "Your kind have kept me captive for too long. I cannot abide by that. I will have my revenge against you." "I'd like to see you try." Rhonda holds her hands out away from her body. "You may have helped us with the orc threat, but I'd like to see you go up against an entire coven of witches. You won't survive that. I can't let the two of them battle each other. I don't want something bad to happen. I need to think. What can I do to distract Callis before things get ugly?" Thinking fast, I rush at Callis. "Hey," I grab him, pulling at his arm. He turns to face me, confusion in his onyx eyes. "Thank you for saving me," I tell him, reaching up to grab his face. I bring it down and start kissing him, trying to distract him. It seems to work. He forgets all about Rhonda and the other members of the coven, entirely focused on kissing me back hard and deep. His mouth also distracts me from everything else around me. It's so soft, and he tastes of smoke and fire and spice. My toes curl in my boots as he continues kissing me. I'm totally melting into his arms. He wraps his arms around my body, pulling me closer to him as the kiss deepens, and he slides his lips over mine, plunging his tongue into my mouth. I moan and go weak at the knees as his tongue swirls around mine over and over, dominating my mouth entirely. Gods, I never thought I'd be outwitted by a kiss, but here I am, lost in the sensation of his mouth on mine. I don't even resist when Callis lifts me into his arms and takes off from the ground with a jump, flying us away from the village and into the sky. He continues kissing me, the two of us heading even higher and higher. I break away for a second and stare at the ground as it gets further and further away, and panic slightly, but he distracts me by bringing our lips together once more. We land near the higher reaches of the mountain pass, still kissing.
Chapter 10. Callis. I finally managed to get Yuri away from those damn Perna at last. It's all I wanted. I needed to get her away so I can talk to her freely, without one of them influencing her. What an opportunity, too. I never thought she would kiss me. Now she's here in my arms, in a cozy cave on the side of the mountain near the peak. I break away from kissing her, holding on to her as she comes back to herself. Her deep brown eyes are glazed over, and she seems to be slightly dazed. Finally, she blinks back to herself, looking up at me. "Are you with me?" I ask. She rolls her eyes, nodding. "I am glad. Now we can talk. I just want you to know that I am proud of how powerful you were during the battle. You were brave and courageous, and I admire you for that. It is why I want you to be my queen. I want only the best for my mate." She breathes out a steady stream of air. "Kallus, we've talked about this already," she says, looking up at me. "I won't help you on your quest for revenge." "Nonsense," I wave my hands. "You will get the revenge you seek on your former villagers, and then you can help me with my revenge," I tell her. "We will, of course, get your revenge first, if that is what you are worried about." "No," Yuri shakes her head. "You're not listening. I don't want to get revenge anymore. I saw how driving the Orc threat off has done nothing but bring them back over and over. If I were to get revenge, I would just be starting another war with more casualties." "Then you can simply help me with my revenge," I tell her. "I will leave none left to come after us. You can rest assured that no one will fight us after they find out how powerful we are together." "Callis!" Yuri yells at me. I narrow my eyes. Revenge is pointless. She throws her hands into the air and walks away from me, sitting near the cave's entrance. It is much colder this high up, and I sit beside her so she does not catch a chill. "Why are you so intent on revenge anyway?" she asks, turning to look at me with a wary expression. "Was what the other coven did to you and your people really so bad? So you were trapped in a stone sleep. You're still alive." My hands clench into fists as I recall the battle that occurred before our entrapment. "You know I am king, right?" Yuri sighs and nods. "You tell me that only all the time." "I am king because my parents were killed by the Perna," I inform her. "I inherited the throne upon my father's death. The Perna showed him no mercy as our ruler." Yuri blinks in surprise. "The battle was ugly and violent. So many of our own were wiped from the face of Protheka. Magic twisted the Perna into something evil. They were bent on revenge on us for a reason that no one understood," I explain. "Even though we fought brutally, the Perna always seemed to have the upper hand. We started gaining traction in the fight, and it scared the Perna, who decided to launch a full-scale assault and banded together to cast a spell to make our stone sleep permanent. All my people are gone now. As far as I know, only the ones you have encountered are awake. I have lost my family and most of my people." The story seems to have touched something inside of her, and brown eyes, filled with crystal tears, find mine. She reaches out to touch my arm. "I have lost everything. And now you must understand why I am so bent on getting my revenge. As a king, I should have protected my people. But now that I am awake, I can honor them by wiping out those responsible for our defeat," I tell her. "Callis," she bites her lip before continuing. "I'm so sorry. I know that it must be difficult for you to have gone through all that, and I understand why you want revenge, but I can't help you." She looks down at her hands. "I'm not capable of doing it." "I know you still don't think of yourself as strong, but you are," I insist. "You will make a magnificent queen." She chuckles weakly. "I don't think you understand. You think I don't want to help because I don't think I'm capable. But I don't want to help you because I don't want to be part of another war. I have my hands full enough here with my coven, trying to help protect everyone from the Orcs. I raise an eyebrow. Your coven? I ask. The coven, she corrects herself. They're my friends, at least. I don't want to hurt them, or betray them. Are you truly telling me you would turn down the chance to be a queen? I ask. Humans have remarkably little self-preservation instincts. Yes, she sighs. Even though you say I would make a great queen, I really doubt that. I'm an orphan from a human encampment. I'm not caring like my friend Chase or strong and tough like Sarah, she tells me. I'm not even a strong Perna. I don't like having powers. I don't want them. She huffs out a self-deprecating laugh. So I have no idea why you think I'd make such a great queen. Oh, Yuri, I sigh. You have no confidence in yourself, do you? It isn't a question. I can see from the way she holds herself that she does not think much of herself. She shrugs and draws her knees to her chest. It doesn't matter. It does to me, I say, reaching out to put a hand on her arm. I do not understand why you lack confidence. I have seen you master your powers quite quickly in the time since you have arrived at the village. You have more strength than you believe. You stopped fighting to aid your friend in the midst of battle. You have more compassion than you know. Yuri looks up at me, staring into my eyes for a long, quiet moment. No one has ever said anything like that before, she says softly. No one has ever told me things like that about myself. It is true, I shrug. I would not say it if it was not. I do not lie. I still can't be your queen, she says. I don't want to leave the village. I don't know anything about ruling. I wouldn't know the first thing about being queen of the Gargoyles. Besides, are there any subjects out there to rule anyway? Besides Livius and Gorion? I can teach you how to be a ruler, I say, dismissing her concerns. And one of the first things we will do as king and queen will be to search out all of the gargoyles still trapped in stone form and wake them up. We will have an army at our disposal to vanquish the Perna. Yuri scoffs. This again. When will you lot give up on the quest for revenge? It's stupid and pointless. It feels as though we are talking in circles now, making the same points over and over. I grow weary of trying to explain myself to Yuri. I do not understand. I shake my head. You listen to my story and you still reject the idea that the Perna need to be eliminated? Yes, she yells, throwing up her hands. Even after all they did to us? They killed my parents. They destroyed my people. They wiped out almost an entire generation of gargoyles in their mad quest. And that's exactly what will happen again if you continue your need for revenge, Yuri shouts back. You'll be locked in a never-ending battle again, until one or both of you destroy each other. That is why I need you, I tell her. You and your powers can help our army of gargoyles. Oh, so it's convenient for you to have a Perna on your side when it suits you, but you want to eliminate all the rest? What about when you finished your quest for revenge? She demands. Will you eliminate me as a threat at that point? Preposterous, I bellow. I would not kill my queen. What about what the other gargoyles will think, They won't all be as open to accepting a Perna as their queen. You can't protect me from all your people, now can you? I will admit that she had me at that last point. I do not know if all my brethren will be as accepting of Yuri's powers as I am, but they will see the might she wields on the fields of battle, and will have to accept her. They will when they see how powerful you are, I point out, and they would not dare defy their king. Gods, I can't be your queen, Yuri shouts. Why not? Because I don't love you, for one, she yells at me. Even though I feel nothing but physical desire for her, her words still prick at me. You do not want me, I ask, tilting her chin up to look me in the eye. I need to see her eyes, so I know she is not lying when she answers me. Of course I do, she says, swallowing hard. She shivers and pulls away from me gently, I do want you. I've grown very attracted to you, she admits, turning her face from me. But I can't betray my coven. I can't hurt the people here who have shown me kindness and care. I won't do that to them. I feel my rage bubbling to the surface. After all I have done for her, all I have given her, the wretch still refuses to help me. I stand, flapping my wings so they open up. Fine, I say, swallowing the desire to pin her to the wall and crush her windpipe. Then you can find your own way off the mountain, I tell her. Her eyes widen as I take off, flying away quickly. I ignore the betrayed expression on her face as I fly higher and higher, twisting in midair to aim for a spot just below the peak of one mountaintop. Even though I burn in anger, some part of me is loath to be too far away from her. I seethe, letting my anger stew. How dare she? I risked my life to protect her and that stupid coven of Perna. I should have burned every single one of them to the ground the minute I was freed. I should have ripped their throats out one by one, while the others watched, trembling in fear. Huffing, I wrap my wings around myself, hunching down to stare over the peaks of the range. Getting close to Yuri was a mistake. I may find her attractive, but she is a Perna. All Perna are the enemy of every gargoyle. No. I need to clear my head of the woman in the cave below me and focus instead on finding a way to get my revenge, without her. If she will not help me, I will have to do it myself. The range stretches out for many hundreds of miles to the north and south. My brethren could be anywhere in and around all these mountains. Will I ever find them? Everything feels so hopeless right now.
Chapter 11. Yuri. I hate him! I watch Callis fly away and I want to scream at him, to throw magic at him until he tumbles out of the air, falling to his death on the ground below. He forces me to come up here, keeps me trapped, so he can talk about his great plans for revenge on the Perna, and when I refuse to cooperate, he leaves me. I yell obscenities at him, but he's too far away to hear me. Slumping back down, I draw my knees to my chest once more. I wasn't lying when I said I was attracted to him, but I've lost all attraction after the little stunt he just pulled. I flip him a rude gesture, but he's gone by now. How in the heck am I going to even get down? There's no trails up this high, no way to walk down. The cave has a small ledge in front, but after that, it's a sharp drop-off. I yell again, venting my frustrations with the whole situation. Callis claims to want to be with me, to make me his mate. And yet, at the first sign of my resistance, he leaves. With a frown, I examine my predicament once more. There's just no way to get down from the ledge without risking serious injury. I will never speak to Callis again, I decide as I step back from the ledge. What would Rhonda or Winter do in my situation? They would probably use magic to get down, right? I can't think of how fire or lightning can help me out here, though. I would have to use something else, like flight or teleportation. I sigh. I haven't spent any time learning those skills yet. I preferred to spend my time learning defensive magic. Deep down, I know that my fear comes from a place of wanting to protect myself. I want to only know defensive magic so that I'll never be trapped in a situation like I was with the lynch mob again. The trauma of nearly being burned at the stake still lingers inside me. I've spent my whole life watching my back, first with the Bowler Street brothers, then being on the run with Sarah, with the mob after us. Then we had the whole battle with the Orcs, with Gorion. Now I'm up against Orcs again, with my coven. When will it end? Will I ever feel safe again? Will I ever feel as protected as I did when Chase cared for me and the other orphans? Before Levias got involved and messed everything up? Gargoyles are all bastards. Even if it does make sense why Kallus still wants revenge, I can't help him. I'm not going to get locked in this repeating scenario where I'm always in danger, always having to look over my shoulder and be on the run. I finally found a place where I belong, and I don't want to have to give it up. Kallus can have his revenge, but I won't be involved. He may be handsome, but he's annoying and demanding and acts like a king just because he was one once upon a time. I scoff again, digging the toe of my boot into the stone ledge. What in the heck was he thinking? Me? A queen? Not likely. I'm as far from a queen as they come. I'm an ungainly, skinny, dirty orphan girl. Callis is wasting his time trying to persuade me. He would do better with someone like Amanda, who works in the greenhouses with the plants, or Lorelei, who's kind and beautiful. I'm not sure what he sees in me. I'm plain and average in every way. I'm not tall like Sarah or cute and tiny like Chase. I'm not sweet or charming or funny or clever. I'm nothing special. Why is he so obsessed with me anyway? If he knew what was good for him, he would find someone even more powerful than me to ally himself with. I'm not even good at magic yet, I think, as I stand up, trying to figure out how I'm going to get off this mountain. I wish I'd paid more attention in arcane training. I concentrate, trying to figure out what I remember. There was a spell, I think, for teleportation or flying. I can't remember, but it's my best and only shot. Holding my hands out awkwardly, I try to bring the spell to mind. Hedfa yimhel mainara, fi yimhel audi yima, I chant. Nothing happens. I wonder if I got it wrong. Hedfa yimhel mindafi yimhel I audi yama. I try. A few weak sparks of power erupt from my palms, but nothing happens. I must be getting closer. I close my eyes, picturing that day in my mind's eye. I think I got the incantation wrong. I think I'm mixing up two spells. Hedfa yimhel minda dodagi ir ile huin. A plume of smoke erupts from my palms and envelops me in purple fog. Yes, I did it! Then the fog clears. I go pale, skin clammy, and body trembling. Not only am I not anywhere near the village, there's a winged lizard beast creature flapping its wings directly overhead, coming in for the kill. I panic and scream, heading back for the cave, hiding as far back as I can. The cave isn't very deep, though, just enough to provide shelter. The creature keeps attacking, and though it can't get into the cave, it beats its wings hard enough to loosen stones from the ceiling, which fall down around me like rain. Ducking to avoid being hit, I cower at the back of the cave, trying to get my thoughts in order. Would fire scare it off? I have to try something. Concentrating on summoning my fire power, I send out a blast of fire directly at the wyvern-like creature. It dodges the attack, though, screeching in anger, and tries to fly at me again. More rocks tumble from the cave ceiling, and I'm almost struck in the head. I roll to the side to get out of the way, and the creature strikes out, nearly grabbing my ankle. Shit! I curse, yanking my leg back from its waiting claws just in time. The creature shrieks again and flies back, as though flying away. I think I'm in the clear for a moment, and then it comes back towards me, bellowing a gout of fire at me. How dare you use my powers! I yell, annoyed at the creature for using fire against me. I'll have you know that's my specialty. Dodging another attack with a well-timed roll, I try lightning this time, summoning a bolt from the sky. The creature is struck in the wing and it flaps uncontrollably, screaming and trying not to fall out of the sky. I shoot another bolt of lighting at it, but this time it avoids the attack and flies with its claws straight out, directly into my face to gouge out my eyes. Forced to duck, I search for something, anything to use for cover. There's a larger rock sticking out of the wall, and I wonder if I can use a spell to pry it off the wall and hide behind it. I have to weave around the creature's attacks while I think of a spell to use for rock protection. This is Rhonda's area of expertise, not mine. I wish she were here with me right now. I shout a spell at it, and the walls of the cave shake violently. More rocks fall down from above, and I'm hit in the head with one that pins me to the ground by my leg. Shit! I yank on my leg, but it won't come free. The creature still can't figure out how to bend its body to get into the cave yet, but it's squawking and pecking at me from the entrance. Tirapa! I yell, the rock flying away from my leg finally. I jump to my feet, staggering when I put weight on the injured one. I can't run from the creature. I don't know enough magic to send it away again. What I need to do is keep it at bay until it gets bored of me and leaves. Make myself into a meal not worth fighting for. A part of me is still angry with Callis for leaving me, but another small part, steadily growing bigger, wishes he would come back to save me. I could really use a big, strong, protective gargoyle about now. Callis, you ass! I shout, throwing some of the bigger rocks at the wyvern creature. Come back here and save me already! The creature manages to avoid all of my flying rock projectiles and smashes into the cave itself, creating a huge indent into the rock formation. With a gasp, I realize I'm in way more trouble than I thought. If the creature can smash the cave, it can get the cave open enough to eat me. "Tirapa!" I yell, throwing my hands out towards the large rock. The rock rumbles and starts to loosen from the wall. "Tirapa!" I shout again, watching as it wriggles and shakes, as though trying to obey my orders. Crap! I'm not strong enough to do magic like this yet. I pin myself at the back of the cave again, sinking to my knees. Tears well up in my eyes and I bite down on my lip. I can't do it. I thought learning defensive magic would help me, but now I'm starting to realize that I have to embrace all sides of my magical abilities. If I was willing to embrace it, I might not be in such a dangerous and scary situation. Rhonda was right. I need to learn to connect with my powers instead of fighting them. It's too late for that now. It's hopeless. I'm never going to make it. I've come so far only for this to be how I go? I survive multiple orc attacks, an overly possessive gargoyle, and a bratty Perna with an inferiority complex, only to die on a mountain, eaten by a wyvern thing? No way. I'm not about to go out like this. I stand up once more, throwing everything I have at the creature. I send lightning, fire, a wall of water. I even try saying the spell I used to begin with but stop halfway through, worried I might summon a second one. Nothing seems to work. The wyvern keeps advancing on me. I turn, heading to the rock, which has loosened considerably from the wall, and hide behind it as I fire off spells left and right. The wyvern thing smashes itself into the wall again, destroying more of the cave. The rock that I'm hiding behind suddenly breaks free from the wall and falls down, rolling until it falls off the ledge. I'm completely exposed now, and the creature knows it. The cave is just destroyed enough that it can lunge at me and snap its beak. My strength is waning as well. I just went through a huge battle, and now I expended a lot more energy fighting the creature. I try to keep going, but it's getting harder to concentrate. The creature manages to smash more of the cave wall, and it grabs me by the ankle, dragging me towards the ledge. "No!" I scream. "I can't let it eat me." I cover my face with my arm, not wanting to see it devouring me.
Chapter 12. Callis. As I am stewing in my irritation on the peak by myself, a screeching sound interrupts my thoughts. I look up, wondering what that noise was, and spot a leviathan flying low across the sky, heading straight for Yuri's cave. Despite my anger and resentment towards her, I could not bear for actual harm to come to her. I never intended on leaving her on the top of the mountain, with no way down permanently. I knew I would eventually go back for her. I just needed to get my thoughts in order. I was truly hurt that I offered her the world on a silver tray, and she refused me. Not many would be so willing to forgo power and riches. But that is precisely why Yuri is so different from anyone else. She would be a great queen because she does not crave power. Those who want power most are doomed to be corrupted by it. The meek rule most justly because they have a servant heart. As I watch, the Leviathan moves closer and closer, appearing to attack the cave entrance. Yuri is in grave danger from the creature. It has immunity to most Perna spells and cannot be easily defeated, especially by a novice like Yuri. I spread my wings to their full span and take off, beating them furiously to head back down to the cave. Not once in my entire existence have I ever been truly afraid. I fear nothing. Even when my parents died, I resigned myself to their grim fate and determinedly kept going, kept fighting the enemy forces. But at this moment I feel true fear course through me when I see the Leviathan on top of Yuri, about to devour her. It is as though my heart stops beating in my chest. Gargoyles do not sweat, but if we did, I am certain that my body would be covered by now. I stare for a split second before swooping in and ripping the Leviathan away from Yuri. She cracks one eye open when she realizes she is not being devoured and realizes that I have come back. "Callis!" She calls my name, a mix of fear and gratitude in her voice. "Help!" Gladly, I say, grabbing the creature by the throat and swinging it around so I can crash it into the side of the mountain. The creature is stunned for a moment, but I know better than to think it is dead. I continue to swing it back around in the other direction, slamming it onto the stone ledge. Yuri tries to help by shooting a bolt of lightning at it, stunning it further. We work together to take it down, Yuri using magic as much as she is able and me with my superior strength. Eventually, though, the Leviathan comes back to itself, attacking me with razor-sharp claws. It cannot scrape through my hard skin, though, so it changes tactics and heads for Yuri. I step in front of it, blasting it back with a gust of wind. It flaps its wings, trying not to get blown away, but is knocked back when Yuri manages to send a ball of lightning its way. The creature blasts flames at us, and I have to grab Yuri, twisting us away from the flames to ensure she does not get hit, which makes me break my concentration, and the wind burst stops. This creature will not best me, I growl, standing up to my full height slowly and face it once again. I push Yuri back with one hand and hold the other out, tightening my grip into a fist slowly as I send more wind towards the creature. It screams, flapping against the current as it beats its wings, desperate to end our lives. I jump towards it, grabbing it by the neck and squeeze. It lets out a horrific shriek and tries to sink its claws into me, but it can't get into my skin. The creature is unable to keep going, and it beats its wings weakly. "Stop!" Yuri says. "Stop. It's defeated." "Please don't kill it," she begs me. I release the creature and it flies off with a loud noise, weakly careening off into the distance. "I had it," I say with a grumble. "I know," Yuri says, brushing herself off and trying to catch her breath. She's a disheveled mess, hair sticking out every which way, and clothes torn and covered in dust from the cave. "There's been enough death today." She stands up and walks towards me, limping on her left leg. "Thank you," she says, finally approaching me and surprising me by burying herself into my arms. "Thank you, Callis." A sob escapes her. She must have been quite frightened. I hold on to her, letting her cry into my chest. "I thought you weren't coming back," she says. I stroke her hair, pushing it away from her forehead, which is slick with a sheen of sweat. "I will always be there when you need me, Yuri," I tell her. A part of me is stunned I would say those words to someone. A bigger part is surprised that I mean the words. Deciding not to speak further for a moment, I pull Yuri to my chest and fly her away from the cave, to a place further down the mountain. I find a much larger, more spacious cave, this time lined in a soft moss, and use magic to light a warm fire for us. We're protected from the elements here, and I can give Yuri time to recover from the drain on her magic in her encounter. She continues to cling to me, wrapping herself around me for a long while as she calms down. I am still processing the words that I spoke to her. Do I truly care for her? Is this more than physical attraction? Seeing her in danger sparked something inside of me. The urge to protect what is mine was there, but it was deeper than a desire to protect my interest in having her alliance. I may have come to care for this Perna. I offered to make her my queen and, by default, my mate. But I am starting to realize I mean it in more than the sense of companionship and mutual goals. Yuri sniffles, bringing me out of my thoughts. "I know that you were angry with me before, but I want you to understand that I do understand what you went through, losing your parents," she tells me. "You were angry that I can't help you, but I don't want anyone else to die because of me." "I know," I murmur. "You were trying to tell me something I was not ready to hear." I'm still determined to get my revenge, but at the moment, at least for now, the main priority for me is to help Yuri, to ensure her safety and her happiness. I could not live with myself if I was the reason she got hurt. When I left her, she thought she had to protect herself all on her own. The Leviathan attacked her because she was vulnerable. If it was not for my stubborn, single-minded nature, I would not have left her in the lurch. Never again. I know that all your life, people have let you down, I tell her. But that is over now. You belong to me. I lean down and capture her lips in a soft, gentle kiss. She looks up at me with wide eyes before she melts into my arms and kisses me back. I twine my arms around her and lay the both of us down on the soft moss as we continue to kiss. Her mouth is so soft, so pliant for me. I want to be open to her, to lay myself bare to her. It is the first time I have ever felt that way towards anyone. The feeling is nerve-wracking, and it is as though pillars are buzzing around in my stomach. Yuri makes me want to do things I have never done before. Thank you, she says again, breaking away. I wouldn't have survived without your help. You were strong enough to hold it off until I arrived, I tell her. But it's my fault that the creature was there in the first place, she whispers. I summoned it by accident. If I wasn't so bad at magic, I could have found a way off the mountain on my own. Nonsense, I put a finger to her lips. You are still learning to control your powers. Even I had to have your help to defeat the Leviathan. But You should not beat yourself up. I shake my head. You must let go of the feelings you have inside of not being good enough. I kiss her briefly. I see you in a way you do not see yourself. I see the strength you have and the power. Yes, I would like you to assist me in my plan for revenge, but I was drawn to you for more than that, I reassure her. She does not look completely convinced, but I continue to stroke her cheek and whisper to her. You must understand that if I chose, I could simply find another who was willing to ally themselves with me. There may be other, equally powerful Perna out there, who have a stronger mastery over their skills. One who craves power and would willingly align themselves with my desires. But I chose you, I say. I want you. I don't know why, she laughs at herself. I'm nothing special. The words sting inside me for a reason I cannot name. I look down at her and I find I cannot find a way to tell her how I am feeling, so I choose to continue kissing her instead, pouring my emotions into the kiss. Our mouths meld together, lips sliding over each other as we kiss. Her eyes are closed in pleasure, and I trace my tongue over the seam of her lips, gently biting down on her lower lip to tease it open. My tongue slips inside when she opens her mouth in a small gasp, and I continue tracing over her teeth and twine it around her tongue. We shift positions a little so I can lay more on top of her, pressing my body into hers. I feel how warm she is from the fire, and her soft little sighs stir something primal inside me. I'm starting to feel things for her that I have never felt before, and while it is exhilarating, to some degree it is also quite frightening, which is a new emotion for me. This fragile human creature is nothing like the gargoyles. We are strong, immune to most spells and magical attacks. Humans are weak and soft, as easily able to die from a stab wound as they are from a cut to the finger. And yet they possess such strength of will, as strong as a gargoyle. Yuri is the strongest human I have ever seen. I want to know her more, to understand her more deeply. We continue to kiss, things growing more and more heated between us. I know that things are headed in a certain direction, but I want to make sure she is comfortable with it. May I touch you? I ask her, my voice husky with need. Yes, she nods frantically. Please, Callis, touch me. I happily oblige.
Chapter 13. Yuri. After everything we've just been through, I won't say I'm not nervous about being intimate with Callis, but I've been denying myself for so long now that I decide enough is enough. I'm ready to give in to the growing desire between us, to explore the heat and lust that always seems to practically vibrate in the air whenever we're near. Callus's words sink into me as he kisses me. He wants me. He cares for me. He chose me out of all the other options. No one has ever chosen me before. Even Sarah chose Gorion over me in the end. It feels good to have someone as attractive as Kallus focusing all his attention on me. I can feel the evidence of his desire right now, under the cloth that drapes over his lower half. It bumps against me as he rolls his hips into mine while we kiss. When he pulls away to ask if he can touch me, my heart races. I nod, desperate for more. His hand slides down and I let out a sigh. And that's where I need to stop for a moment. What's about to happen next is simply too hot for YouTube. Callis is going to use me in ways that I cannot mention on the air, or else this channel will get banned. I am so sorry for this, but you can get the full unedited and unabridged audiobook at worldsofprotheka.com, and you can use the discount code YouTube30 to take 30% off all digital products. Once again, I apologize for this, and I know you're disappointed. But I'm going to skip over the nasty fun now and take us back to the story.
Chapter 14. Callis.
It pains me to let go of Yuri, but she wiggles free of me soon enough. The first thing out of her mouth once she rises and redresses is a demand to return back to the village. I frown at her words. Why would you want to go back there so soon? Don't you enjoy spending time up here in the mountains with me? She presses a hand over her top and smooths it down before looking over at me. It's not that I don't want to spend time with you, Callis, but I miss my friends, the coven. What if there's another attack by the Orcs, or those sorcerers? I simply sigh at her. Fine. I can't deny her even if I wanted to. She's a thorn twine that has wrapped itself around my heart, digging herself deep and embedding there in a place that I have long since believed to be dead. Since the death of my parents, I'd resigned myself to never loving another being again. How could I after seeing something so tragic? My entire life has been destroyed by one single mistake, and letting in another vulnerability such as Yuri makes me feel uneasy. I want her in a desperate sort of sense that is hard to wrap my mind around. As my queen, she would rule by my side until we both parted ways at death's door. But allowing her to hold such a vulnerable piece of me, such as my heart, the idea makes me shudder. I pull my clothes back on and scoop her up into my arms. She lets out an adorable squeak while clinging to my shoulder, as I beat my wings a few times in order to get the blood flowing in them. Taking off into the air, I fly us over the mountainside at a slow and easy pace. Happiness flows through me as Yuri lifts her head from my shoulder and allows herself the freedom to look around at the sights while we descend on a cold wind. Wow, it's so beautiful up here. I have to agree with her. I haven't been awake for long, but the mountain range that the Perna coven has decided to inhabit is rather stunning. I'll take you flying sometime, I tell her. Really? She sounds elated, which only serves to fuel my ego. Providing for my queen, even if it's for something as silly as taking her for a ride in the sky, gives me great joy. It's something I can provide for her that she'll actually accept, instead of turning me away, like all of the other things I've offered her so far. We land just outside the village where the graveled path leading up to it starts. Setting Yuri down gently in the snow, I roll my shoulders back and tuck my wings close to my spine. Looking around, I notice there are a few more tracks than usual leading up to the village. More than what had been left behind when it had first gotten attacked. Callis, something's not right. I have to agree with her. There's a strange energy in the air, sparking on my tongue with a familiar bitterness that I can only discern as recent magic use. Following Yuri up the path, we head into the village and are met with utter destruction. Yuri's hand comes up to cover her mouth, her eyes locking onto the torn-apart village before her. My hand finds her shoulder, resting on it with a firm grip in order to steady her on her feet. "No!" she cries out. Houses have been destroyed and broken through as if large beasts have been thrown through them like battering rams.
There are a few bodies that are scattered on the ground in heaps, making them look like piles of flesh and bones. Untucking one of my wings, I curl it around Yuri to shield her from the view. It's vicious and gross, and not something she needs to be seeing anyway. Guiding her with my hand, I move her through the rest of the village to where she'd been staying with the Perna closer to her age. More bodies lay here, but this time, it's Orcs, and not others of her coven. They must have come back, I tell her. She peeks up at me, huddled into my side. Who? The Orcs. A noise ahead of us catches both of our attention. I pull her flush into my side and whip around, ready to spray the intruder with magic to burn it down to its bones. Instead of an orc, though, I met with the older Perna who'd taken Yuri in. Rhonda? Yuri pushes away from me and ducks out from under my wing to run over to her. The older woman lifts her head, blood crusted over her face with large streaks of it coloring all the way down to her neck. Her eyes are glassy, and she looks dazed, obviously from her head wound. I tread over to them slowly, keeping an ear out for orcs laying in wait to attack us. Strangely enough, I hear nothing. What happened? Yuri curls an arm around the woman, holding her upright as she sags. They came with a sorcerer. I frown. Who? The Orcs? Yes. Powerful. He carried an artifact. It rendered our magic useless. Cut us off completely. We were surrounded. Yuri gasps, turning to me. Does such a thing exist? I cross my arms over my chest. I've heard of Perna and sorcerers using ancient items that are spelled with dark magic. I'm not surprised the Orcs got their hands on a sorcerer like that. How awful. Yuri turns back to the other woman. Where is everyone? Are they? She can't even finish the sentence, her face going pale even at the implication that her newfound coven could be dead. All of them wiped from existence. I'm suddenly very happy that Yuri had been impulsive enough to kiss me, entrancing me enough to take her away from this village in order to spare her from having to fight against an enchanted artifact and a sorcerer that knew how to use it. Not all of them, no. Rhonda wanes, her eyes blinking slowly. Penny. She betrayed us all. Helped the Orcs and the sorcerer. My frown deepens. I knew that wench should have been purged the moment I'd told Yuri to do so. It would have saved them all the trouble in the long run, just as I suspected. No, Yuri shakes her head. It can't be. Why would she do something like that? Who cares? I tell her. She glares at me. Not now, Callis. I flick my tongue along the backs of my teeth, suddenly annoyed by her attitude. What is she angry at me for? I'm the one who saved her from having the same fate as the rest of her coven. She should be thanking me, actually. Rhonda, we're going to take you somewhere and get you treated. The older woman grips Yuri's arm in a surprisingly tight hold. No, you must go after the Orcs. They have the others. You must save them. Free them. Where are they? I demand. An encampment. Not far from here, down the mountain. I heard them talking about it when they thought I was dead. We have to go save them. Yuri leans forward, grabbing Rhonda's arm and slinging it over her shoulder. Callis, we need to treat her, and then head to where that encampment is. I sigh. Of course she wants to go on some rescue mission. Never mind the fact that the Perna should be able to help themselves in a situation like this. What did it matter if they had been captured? Less Perna for me to take out in the end. Yuri lifts Rhonda up off the ground and slowly begins to shuffle along with her, leaning into her side. I follow behind them, not knowing exactly how I'm to convince my future queen to give up this foolish mission and to leave with me somewhere far away from here. I don't want to deal with some dark elf sorcerer that's bent on capturing Perna for nefarious reasons. The only use they serve is to suck them dry of their magic and put it into more artifacts. I wouldn't be surprised if that had been the deal the Orcs had struck with a sorcerer in order to gain his cooperation in taking out an entire coven. Yuri drags the older woman to one of the few remaining houses still standing a few yards away from where we'd found her. She nudges the door open with her shoulder and heads inside. It's a small shop with what looks like fabric supplies scattered around the small space. She lays the woman down gently on a long bench pushed up against the back wall behind the till. I tug some of the quilted fabric off of the rods hanging on the wall and bring it over to her. She gives me a grateful smile and tears it into pieces, wrapping Rhonda's wounds as best she can. I admire her care for these kinds of situations. It's what makes Yuri unique among other humans I've known. She isn't selfish by nature, but rather nurturing with a big bleeding heart stitched onto her coat sleeve. Rhonda slowly drifts to sleep, her labored breathing the other thing that cuts through the silence that reigns through the small shop. I rest a hand on Yuri's shoulder, turning her away from the woman and moving her back around the till. I wrapped up her wounds as best as I could. I squeeze her shoulder. If she survives, then it's meant to be. She looks at me, wanting to argue, but at the last minute decides against it. We need to go rescue the others, Callis. I can't leave them to fend for themselves at the hands of Orcs, or a powerful sorcerer. I drop my hand from her shoulder. I don't like this idea at all. Of course, Yuri is a very powerful witch in and of herself, but going up against a tribe of Orcs and a sorcerer with an artifact that can steal magic, it seems like we're out of our depths on this one. She looks up at me with those big brown eyes of hers, making me cave instantly. Please. Grumbling, I shove her towards the open door. Quickly, before I change my mind.
Chapter 15. Uri. The journey down the rest of the mountain is worse than I remember going up it. It's steeper and more icy from the wind constantly blowing over the mountainside, creating almost a sheer drop-off that, if I took one wrong step, I'd fall to my death. I have no doubts that Callis would swoop in to save me, but on the off chance that he becomes distracted with something else, I don't want to take my chances. I cling to him while we descend, keeping my body flush against his, not only to stay safe, but to stay warm as well. It's frigid up here, and he's a beacon of warmth that feels nice against my side. As we get to the bottom of the mountain, we come along a steep hill that drops off towards the base of the pathway leading up. The Orc encampment is visible from here, with their tents pitched and a few fires blazing to keep them warm among the elements. My eyes scan the tents, searching for my coven sisters. There are a few Orcs that walk around the encampment, carrying large weapons with an ease that scares me. Fighting them before had been terrifying, but now that there's the threat of them harming the others hanging over my head, it makes this mission all the more dangerous. I can't help but feel the sinking pit in my stomach over it. If I'd been back in the village and hadn't let myself be swept away by Callus's charm, would I have been able to defend them and prevent all of this? The guilt eats at me, even though I know that I could be down there myself, facing the same fate as the others. Or worse, dead. Would Kallus have come to save me? Would he have realized that I'd been missing and come to investigate only to find the village in pieces and me nowhere to be found? I want to think that his feelings for me have grown like mine have, but I'm not sure. He's cruel in a sense, but not towards me. With me, he's actually kind of caring. As strange and foreign as that realization is, it's the truth. I wish I could understand how his mind operates. Maybe then I'd be able to gauge his feelings for me instead of feeling as though I'm drifting out to sea with no boat under me to keep me afloat. I don't necessarily want to fall for him, but at the same time, I don't believe I have a choice in the matter. My heart has become entangled with his, and the longer I spend time with him, the more I'm finding it difficult to break away. Callis leans over me, shielding me with his body and wings that give me enough coverage from the wind, as well as from another potentially spotting me from the encampment as we spy on them. If you try to go down there, they'll only spot you and capture you, he tells me, his voice grave. I look up at him, surprised by the seriousness in his voice. I know he cares for me, but the depths of which are still a mystery to me. I nod before I get myself caught up in trying to figure that out and focus back on the task at hand. He's absolutely right. If we try to go down there with our magic blasting, we'll only be able to cut through so many orcs before the sorcerer appears and completely renders our magic useless. So, what do we do? I look down at my hands, flexing my cold fingers. I could spell us. Make us somehow appear invisible in order to sneak us in and figure out where the rest of my coven is. Nodding to myself at the plan, I close my eyes and concentrate. Pulling upon my magic, I wrap it around us both like a blanket that covers us in a thick layer of invisibility. I'm not sure how long it will last for, but at least we'll be able to walk freely without being spotted. I stand slowly and open my eyes, looking down at myself and seeing my body shimmer slightly with a faint glow. Can you see me? I turn to Callis and blink when all I see is the mountain range behind me. He snorts. No. Can you see me? I grin. Nope. Good. I feel his hand brush along my arm, feeling me until his hand finds mine. Keep close so I don't lose you. I squeeze his hand and lead him down the hill. The sun is just starting to set over the horizon, bathing the small valley in a warm glow that I find kind of ironic. From an outsider's perspective, the encampment looks peaceful and content, just a tribe of orcs living their daily lives. Too bad I know better. We get to the bottom of the hill and slowly make our way through the encampment. Most of the orcs are already in their tents or lounging by the fires, talking quietly amongst themselves. A few wander through the tents with ease, large pieces of wood carried in their arms. I hate to admit that I'm slightly impressed by how easily they seem to be able to live just about anywhere. I've never heard of traveling orc tribes before. The ones that I've known have always stuck to one place unless forced to move due to being hunted. But these orcs don't look worried about that at all. Noise from the other side of the camp catches my attention. I tug on Callus's hand and head over to it. I'm surprised to see Darish being tied up to a large post erected into the cold ground. He fights against the hold of 3 other orcs in an impressive show of strength. However, he's outnumbered in this fight, and they manage to wrap a thick rope around his large body and tie him to the post tight enough to make his skin pale where the rope touches his skin. Let them all go, Garrock. They don't need to be here. You wanted me, remember? The orc leader laughs at him. I did, yes, but now I've found a new use for them, something that will get me a lot of money. You're sick, Darish growls at him, fighting against the hold of the ropes. Maybe you've spent too much time bedding that Perna of yours, Darish. Perhaps I should go over and grab her out of the pit and break her in myself. No, Darish cries. Don't touch her. Then shut up. I wince when the orc leader slaps Darish hard across the cheek. His head whips to the side from the blow, his chest heaving while he pants in anger. I draw myself back into Callus's warmth and soak it in as much as I can. I hate seeing someone as gentle as Darish be abused like this. It isn't fair. These orcs are out of their minds. And what did he mean by selling the coven? What good would a bunch of witches be to someone coming around to purchase them? It can't be for a pleasure house, right? They could take any normal humans for something like that without the risk of witches blasting them with their magic. It doesn't make any sense. Why go through the trouble? Callis tugs me away from the scene in front of me and leads me to another part of the camp. My heart hammers in my chest, thoughts scattering around my mind as I try and wrap my head around what will happen to my friends. They'll be sold off if I don't take down these orcs and stop the trade. I look around as we pass by a few tents and try to peer into them. If the sorcerer is still here, I'd need to be careful. Risking getting caught by him would be detrimental to what we're trying to accomplish. Plus, if he can render an entire coven powerless, what chance do Callis and I have up against something like that? Sure, the two of us are a formidable front, but not in the face of an ancient artifact. As we approach the back end of the encampment, I see a strange-looking structure erected into the ground. Callis takes us over to it with careful steps, tucking me against his side when I stumble over a rock hidden in the snow. I grip his hand tight in mine, breathing out slowly when we come upon the space. It's a hole that's around 20 feet wide and 6 feet deep. It looks so strange out in the middle of nowhere. Next to it is a large pile of dirt and rocks that have been dug up and left in order to make the hole. My heart picks up slightly when I grow closer to it and peer down to the bottom. I'm shocked to see my coven huddled up in a tight group down in the pit, all of them looking miserable and cold. "What the hell?" I mumble, catching all of their attention at once. They look around for the source of the voice, most of them growing scared at seeing nothing but the ever-encroaching darkness. There were strange-looking rocks that had been sunk into the sides of the walls of the hole in a circle. They pulse with a faint glow that hums loud enough to make my teeth chatter in my head. It's an awful sound that I can't imagine being that close to down in the pit. Tugging myself free from Callus's hold, I wave my hand over my body and dispel the magic coating me in invisibility. There's a quiet gasp from the group. "Uri!"
Chapter 16.
Callis! What are you doing here? One of the Perna exclaims.
I'm here to rescue you. Her head moves around, running her eyes over the pit. What happened? I saw the village had been attacked. One of the Perna stands, the one who is mated to the orc, and is fond of feeding Yuri until she's about ready to burst. Penny betrayed us. She sold us out to the orcs. They have a sorcerer that used this magic book that wiped out all of our powers. Those of us who weren't killed during the attack were rounded up and taken here. Yuri shakes her head. Why? I saw that orc leader, Gargoyle. He said something about selling you all. They're planning on selling us to a couple of dark elves. For what? I don't know. Dark elves. Yuri mimes, her hands coming together to twist her fingers in apprehension. If it is indeed true that the orcs have contacted a couple of dark elves in order to make a deal with them as a trade to get rid of these Perna, then her friends are already screwed. Dark elves take their deals very seriously, especially if there's power involved. I rest a hand on Yuri's shoulder, seeing her body shaking from either anger or distress. I can't exactly tell. She fists her hands at her sides. I'm going to get you all out of here. How? Another witch pipes up. They'll capture you and put you down here too. Yuri shakes her head. I'll figure out a way. I'm not letting them sell you all to some strangers that will abuse you. I have to admire her tenacity. Yuri's determination, that fire inside of her that calls to me, that stands against people being used for others' benefit, is something I've never seen a human display. In all my years in Protheka, I've always known humans to be cowardly and selfish creatures that were never worth the time of day. Yet here this witch stands before me, proving all of my prejudices wrong. Of course, I still have a fine distaste for humans in general, but she'd proven that not all of them are as horrible and unsightly little creatures as I had once let myself believe to be true. I'll never go out of my way to help them, but I don't despise them completely. I step forward. What are those rocks embedded in the side of the hole? Are they keeping you all in here? The witch with the orc mate shakes her head. There's some kind of mineral that's cutting off our powers, or suppressing them, I'm not sure. We can crawl out of the hole, but there are orcs that come around every once in a while to count how many of us are still in here. It will be tricky to get them out of there without the orcs noticing then.
So that...
Did they tell you when the Dark Elves are coming to take custody of you all? A day or two. Apparently they were already on their way when the orcs attacked us. Yuri places a hand over her heart. Was Penny planning the attack for this long? Who cares? I mumble. We're not sure, comes the answer from another one of the Perna. We were all shocked when the orcs showed up, and she was already on their side. She could use her magic, but none of us were able to. Awful, Yuri murmurs. Looking back over my shoulder, I see some of the orcs starting to rise from their fire. It's already getting dark enough that spotting us over here won't be a huge issue, but once they grow closer, we'll be completely exposed to them. I'm up for fighting some orcs, but I have a feeling that Yuri will hesitate. Now that she has her friends to worry about, she'll want to protect them instead of full-out fighting with the amount of power she truly holds within her. I grab her arm and tug on her, nodding back to the encampment with a silent look that tells her we need to go. Her eyes sadden, knowing that her time chatting with the coven is finally up. She turns back to them, promising them that she'll be back before the dark elves come. Without another word, I quickly lead her to one of the embankments that juts out from the mountain. It's enough of a hiding spot that we can duck behind while still giving us a full view of the camp. She sags into me as we sit on the ground. I hold her against my side, keeping her upright while I peer over the rock to see a few orcs coming out of the camp with a lit torch above their heads. When they get to the hole, they wave the torch at the women menacingly, laughing when they scream. My teeth clench in my mouth. I can't help but think of how I would feel if Yuri were trapped down in that hole along with the others. I'd be furious at her being tortured by sadistic orcs, bent on causing as much chaos as they want. Brutes in their own right, I've never respected orcs. Sure, they are hardy in battle, but that's all they're really good for. Their intellect isn't as sharp as my species, or that of dark elves. In fact, I'm almost positive that this plan to sell the Perna coven had been entirely that of a blonde Perna. Who else could be that insane? What are we going to do? Yuri whispers to me. I sink back from looking over the rock and curl an arm around her. My wing folds back behind her, covering her from the cold as best as I can. She shakes in my arms, but I suspect it's more from the cold and less from her nerves. She'd been confident when talking to the coven. Her words showed her determination and her want to get them out of there, even if it cost her something of great value like her life. It would be an admirable quality if it didn't scare me so much. Yuri is the type of woman to sacrifice herself without a second thought if it meant someone else could have a fighter's chance at surviving. It's one of the reasons that drew me to her in the first place. Her drive to push through the darkness and come out the other side, even if she had changed in the process. I pet her hair away from her face. Nah! I'll leave you here and go in there and slaughter everyone. She frowns at me. There are too many of them, Callis. You're going to get hurt. I shake my head at her. I'm much stronger than a few dozen orcs, Yuri. That's not what I'm talking about. They have a sorcerer, remember? He'll suck your magic clean off your bones. I hold back my snort. That isn't exactly how gargoyle magic worked, but I can still understand the sentiment behind what she's saying. Her worrying flatters me in a way that I didn't think would affect me so heavily. I'd gone from wanting to use this woman for my own gain and benefit to desperately wanting to keep her safe amongst the dangers that seemed to follow her at every step. What that says about me, I'm not entirely sure, and I'm a little worried to dig deeper inside of myself to find out. I'll take out the sorcerer first. She scowls at me. Are you not listening to me? You can't if he decides to pelt you with magic that renders yours useless. Plus, you don't even know where he's staying at the camp. He could be hiding in the mountains for all you know. I highly doubt he is, but she does raise a good point. Flying in blind could potentially cause me to get into more trouble than I want to take on. Plus, if that were to happen, it would leave Yuri completely vulnerable and out of my protection. I can't have that. Seeing her tied up and shipped off with some group of dark elves would cause me to lose my mind. More than I already have. I sigh and flex my hand around her arm. Fine. Then what do you suggest? She sits up and thinks for a long while. I can see the thoughts inside of her mind racing as she runs through the endless possibilities. If I had it my way, I'd tell her to forget about the coven and come live with me on the mountainside. Though as fate would have it, I had to pick the one human with a bleeding heart.
I suppose it figures. Listen to me. She grabs my arm. If we can intercept the Dark Elves, maybe it would give us enough of a window to ambush them. I raise a brow at her. Intercept them how, exactly? She smiles. By using my magic, of course.
Chapter 17. Yuri. How are you going to do that? Callis asks me. The sorcerer will wipe out your magic as soon as he sees you. I know. That's why we're going to disguise ourselves as the Dark Elves coming to buy the coven. Callis narrows his eyes slowly at me. Forgive me for being a little skeptical about this plan. I let go of his arm in order to hold my hands out flush in front of me. Listen, if we get to the coven first and pretend to purchase them, we'll be able to free them before the real Dark Elves come. Once we can get them to a safe location, you can come back and destroy them all. I know I'm playing on Callus's brutal side by promising him the opportunity to slaughter an entire orc camp, but I don't care what happens to them as long as I get the coven to safety. It'll be a little bit harder to sneak Darish out without raising suspicion, but he can always join up with us after Kallus destroyed the camp. I'll just need to make sure he understands not to kill Delia's mate. Does that make sense? He nods. Yes, though I'm sure you know what will happen if we're discovered. I drop my hands back into my lap and frown. We both will most likely be torn apart, me thrown in the pit and Callis, well, being contained in a way that he can be. Judging by how powerful this sorcerer is, I'd say there's a good chance that he would know a way to contain Callis long enough to sell me and the coven to the Dark Elf buyers. Once we get the purchase squared away, we'll be fine. It's getting the orcs to sell them to us is going to be the main issue we need to figure out. Do you have anything valuable to trade? I shake my head at him. Do you? I can come up with something, I'm sure. I narrow my eyes at him. I wish he could be a little less cryptic sometimes. It's hard to read him, as I'm finding all gargoyles have in common, which only leads my mind to make up insane stories in order to fill in the gaps. Does he carry coin pieces on him? Precious gemstones? What are orcs even interested in that would allow such a transaction as selling witches? I'm sure they could use money, but it seems like such a small compensation for trading a bunch of powerful magic users. Whatever you have, we can use. As long as it entices the orcs, I don't care. Once we get the deal secured, we can lead the coven away to somewhere safe that they can stay in the meantime. You won't take them back to the village? I shake my head. Too risky! We don't need another attack wiping the rest of us out! Yes, I suppose you're right. Lifting myself up onto my knees, I peer over the rock formation covering us over to the hole in the ground. No one's over there anymore. The only thing I can see is a very faint glow from those minerals, but it's not enough to make any significant impact. I hate that I hadn't been there to defend them when they needed me most. I hate even more that I allowed Penny to go unchecked for so long. I should have done something to her that would have prevented any of this from happening. What that is, I have no idea. But the guilt eats me from the inside. Callis puts a warm hand on my back between my shoulder blades. I must look tense because he rubs it in soothing circles that calms me down almost instantly. I can feel myself growing weaker in my resolve for my feelings for him. I don't want to admit to myself that I'm falling for him, but I think that I am. It's a terrible thing to realize, especially after all of the terrible things both Levias and Gorion put me through. What are you going to do once they're free, Yuri? If you aren't taking them back to the village? I sigh. That's a good question, because I'm honestly not sure. Take them someplace safe. We'll go back to the village eventually, though. What will you do once you're there? I wonder why he's asking, but maybe it's to make easy small talk with me and distract me from my heavy thoughts. If he is doing such a thing, comforting me in a way he knows how to do, then I'm eternally grateful. I want to keep training. I want to master my magic as much as I can. Since I can't get rid of it, I want to be able to control it the way I want to. I see. I lift my head to look at him. You sound as though that's a stupid plan. I was hoping you'd say something different, that's all. My brows furrow together. Like what? Like being my mate, for starters. I blink at him, shocked that he'd tell me such a thing. From my time spent around both Levias and Gorion, mates to gargoyles are a serious business. They don't take it lightly when claiming one, nor do they beat around the bush when it comes to proposing the idea. Callus's almost carefree way of bringing it up seems so out of character that I can't help but lean forward and get a better view of his face in the poor lighting. There's a small downturn of his mouth that has me second-guessing myself. Is he nervous? Maybe he's playing it cool and trying to seem like he doesn't care if I say yes or no in order to protect himself. I've never seen this gargoyle be vulnerable, but I suppose there's always a first time for everything. You can't be serious, is what I end up telling him. The frown deepens. Why can't I be? Is it so shocking that I'd want that from you? You told me you wanted to make me your queen, not be your mate. He lets out an impatient huff. It's one and the same, Yuri. Is it, though? For all intents and purposes, so far he's shown me that there is a level of distance between us, and not just because of our species. His wanting to title me as his queen doesn't feel like it has the same kind of weight as accepting to be his mate. The two relationship titles are on completely opposite sides of the playing field from what I've gathered so far. So why is he lying? I don't believe you at all, Callis. How can you ask me to be your queen and not your mate? You met me with that offer, not asking me to be mated to you. Yuri, he growls. What? I lean back until my back brushes against the rock hiding us. Am I wrong? It seems to me like being your mate is a deeper connection. So? He grits the word through his teeth. So, I echo. That means a lot more than being queen. Gargoyles are insane when it comes to their mates. His chest puffs up, almost like he's challenging me. How would you know anything about that? I told you before, I've been around mated gargoyles. Both of them were out of their minds when it came to their mates. They've fought to the death over them. What does that have to do with anything? I'm asking you to be my mate, so accept it before I have the mind to retract the offer. It's my turn to grit my teeth instead. I'm not doing it. I'm not mating with you when you don't love me. A laugh bubbles out of him. What? My cheeks heat up almost immediately. Humiliation makes my body feel hot. You heard me. The only way I'd be someone's mate is if they loved me and I loved them back. I don't care if I sound childish or that it's some fantasy dream that isn't possible. While Chase and Sarah's relationships weren't perfect, I could see the love in those gargoyles' eyes whenever their mates were around. I want that, as toxic as it seems from an outsider's perspective. No man, beast, or anything has treated me that way, like I'm the most precious gem in the entirety of Protheka. Does that make me sound like a dumb kid? Maybe, but I'm not settling for anything less. Next to me, Callis lets out an annoyed huff. Love is for weak-minded people, Yuri. Don't fall into that trap, for the sake of the mother. My face heats again at the biting words. What does he care if I feel that way? At least I'm being honest with myself and not accepting his proposal only to end up unhappy later. It pissed me off that he can be so callous about something this serious. Does he think I'm an idiot? Ready to bend to his will whenever he snaps his fingers? If so, he's got another thing coming. I shake my head to rid myself of the embarrassment. I won't let Callis talk me out of how I feel. I'm not compromising myself, no matter how desperately my heart wants to fall for him. I can't do it. Let's just figure out a disguise so that we can be prepared for the dark elves to come. Callis grunts out, Fine. I sigh to myself and get to work on conjuring up a convincing disguise, my heart aching in my chest all the while.
Chapter 18.
Callis. As Yuri coats us in another blanket of magic, I wonder for the first time what I've done wrong. Ever since our argument, she's been quiet. She's drifted into a contemplative state that I have yet to break through, even with the few quips I throw at her. It's frustrating knowing that I'm essentially being ignored. But what am I to do now that we're in the middle of this mess? If this were any other situation, I fly her up the mountain and have my way with her. A good smashing against the wall would have her talking again in no time. We wait until the sun is cresting up again over the horizon before making our move. We spot the dark elves just a little after the sun's rays finally start to appear along the clouds, coloring the sky in deep reds and oranges. There are 4 of them that travel with a small wagon. It's a strange sight to see, considering dark elves typically like to remain in more formal settings. I suppose during my years locked away in my stone prison, some things have changed. The magic enveloping me is a strange combination of a concealment cloak as well as a thin layer of armor. It impresses me with how easily she's fallen into her role as a proper Perna, completely giving herself into exploring her magic in different ways. A feeling hits me deep in my chest, warmth me from the inside until I feel it bursting from me. I'm proud of her. Wow, what a newfound feeling to discover during a tumultuous time. No. We cut the dark elves off from their path before they have a chance to descend down into the small valley. The 4 of them stop dead in their tracks and stare us down, weapons ready in their hands to defend themselves. It's almost laughable in a way that they think they can defeat a gargoyle as powerful as me and a witch as strong as Yuri. Together we are a force to truly be reckoned with. I fly towards them first, my magic bursting out of me in order to distract them long enough to look away from Yuri. I feel her building up something grand behind me and give her the time to do so. Tackling 2 of the dark elves down onto the ground with my body, I swing both of my fists into their face, catching them both with a hook to the jaw that has their heads snapping back into the hard, snow-covered ground. Behind me, the other 2 elves let out a battle cry before descending on me. I curl my wings around myself protectively. The leather hind is tough to penetrate through with magic, and even harder to do so with mere weapons. I feel the tingling burn of magic coming my way, and quickly lift up into the air in order to avoid a massive fireball that engulfs the dark elves. They scream in agony, their skin eroding away as the fire melts them down to the bone. 2 of the elves crawl out of the inferno and shoot their own magic at Yuri. I dive towards her, scooping her up into my arms just as it hits the ground she'd been standing on. Her arms come up to wrap around my neck in a tight hold, her body vibrating with energy as she builds up another fireball in her hand. I'm elated that she's let herself fall into her magic so easily. As a Perna, magic is a part of their very essence, their core being. Her fighting it for so long has set her back more than she's realized, and it's incredible to see how far she's come since then. I shift Yuri in my arms and hold her in a way that faces her out towards the dark elves. Jerking my wings downward, we head for them head on. I avoid a large bowing knife thrown at us, forcing me to throw Yuri down onto her feet before tackling the elf into the ground using my feet. He lets out a rather rough noise when his body hits the ground, his sternum crunching under my boots in the process. It's a satisfying sound that has me grinning from ear to ear. Dark elves have always been a pain in my ass. Their high and mighty self-importance is laughable in the face of an ancient being such as myself. Gargoyles have lived for far longer than dark elves, and our power is more vast and immense than theirs could ever hope to be. Now that my kind is finally waking from its eternal slumber, it's high time we show them just how little they've progressed in the ways of the metaphorical food chain. I lean my entire body weight on the dark elf's chest, his chest caving inward while a nasty scream rattles through the air from him. I quickly stomp on his face, silencing him before the orcs have half a mind to come check out what's happening. We aren't that far from the encampment, so if they end up coming to investigate, I wouldn't be surprised. A bolt of lighting has the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end when it shoots through the sky. I turn to see Yuri trading blows with the last remaining dark elf. A large sword is in his hand, the tip of it glowing faintly in the morning light. Behind them, Both. The fire from her spell crackles endlessly. The bitter scent of burning hair and flesh coats, the air in a heavy musk that makes my nose a wrinkle in disgust. Yuri nearly avoids getting her head cleaved off with a single step to the side that had my heart pounding. I jump away from where I am and head over to her. I need to protect her before she winds up getting herself seriously injured. Humans are so fragile that one wrong move can completely obliterate them. She surprises me, though, with another lightning bolt, cracking through the sky and hitting the dark elf next to her. His entire body explodes on impact, blood and guts flying everywhere in the process. My eyes widen, my feet halting from moving while I take in the scene. Yuri coughs with wide eyes, blood dripping down her face in small rivulets and coating her entire face. Ugh. Lifting an arm, she rubs her face on the back of her sleeve, but only ends up smearing the blood everywhere.
I can't help but laugh. Breaking out of my stupor, I head over to her and offer up my own sleeve, gently wiping away the blood and gore from her hair and skin.
I didn't expect that to happen, actually. I smirk. Apparently. I keep telling you your magic is much stronger than you think it is. She lifts her head for me, giving me room to clean up her neck, too. I don't expect it. It kinda comes out of me. Lean into it more and you'll be better at controlling it. Is that what you do? I pull my hand back from her. Yes, actually. She smiles up at me. Despite the blood still caking parts of her face, she remains as beautiful as ever. My fingers itch to bury themselves in her thick locks and pull her into a heated kiss. Even though she's covered in gore, I want her badly enough to lay her down in the snow and have my way with her with the burning fire and bitter smell of burnt flesh in the background. The macabre feeling isn't lost on me at all. I settle with cupping her face and running my thumb along her bottom lip. She does things to me that I can't explain. Is it love, hate, something in between? I can't tell anymore. All I know is that my heart is softening from its cold, icy demeanor and changing into something much softer. She's changing me in ways that I never foresaw coming, especially when I'd first asked her to free me. We make a good team, a powerful one at that. We can cause utter destruction if it pleases us to do so. Though I'm sure if it came down to it, and she asked me to, I'd remain steadfast in following her lead. My bloodthirsty nature has been curbed by this single Perna woman. How has she done it? Truly, have I fallen in love with her? The thought causes my heart to thunder in my chest. I drop my hand away from her face and turn to survey the dark elves, or what's left of them, rather, and the cart they had been pulling. It doesn't seem like enough of an importance to bring along with us, just a few bags filled with supplies. It still strikes me as odd that dark elves have traveled so far in order to take custody of a bunch of Perna. It will always remain a mystery to me how dark elves work. Should we get going? The orcs are probably expecting the dark elves soon. I turn to Yuri and nod at her. You have a disguise ready for us? She holds up her hands and nods. Ready when you are. I take one last look around before moving away from the cart and stepping over to her. Instead of letting her coat us in magic again, I take her hand and lead her back down the path to where the valley is. The sun casts out shadows long and angularly, making us look strangely out of place among the jagged rocks jutting out into the pathway. I hold her hand tight in mine, not wanting to let go of her for some reason. I hate what she's done to me, but here I am, still falling into it, like a lovesick child. Is it horrible of me to want to ask her to be my mate again? Her adverse reaction to it earlier had put me in a bad mood, but now I feel like it's a good time to ask her again. Glancing over at Yuri, I take in her hard expression and suck the words back in. I'll wait till after we get this over with. Her head will be much clearer by then, without the coven cluttering it up with unnecessary nonsense. Yes, that's exactly what I'll do.
Chapter 19. Uri. There's a tension between Callis and me that hasn't dissipated yet. It's like neither of us want to talk about what happened. For now, though, the main and most important thing is getting my people back. The magic required to maintain our disguise as dark elves will be more complicated than the previous disguises, so I don't have a lot of attention to give him anyway. I need to focus. For Winter, for Darish and Delia, for Amanda and Lorelei and Alexia, for all my coven. They've been there for me and taught me so much. I need to help them. Squaring my shoulders, I decide that no matter what happens, I'm going to stop being scared of my powers and start embracing them. We strip the dark elves of their garments to use once we're transformed and once we're done. I close my eyes. I need to concentrate. Disguise magic is different from the elemental magic I've been using. It's more complex. I chant the spell and wait to feel it wash over me once more. When I look down, nothing has happened. I glance over at Callis, who looks similarly puzzled. "What's going on?" I ask. "Perhaps because you are attempting to replicate the look of dark elves, the spell requires greater energy," Callis offers with a sigh. He holds out his palms and I bite my lip. He's offering to help. I should accept, but a stubborn part of me doesn't want to rely on him. I hesitate, and Callis narrows his eyes. "Stop being stubborn about this," he chides me. "Do you want to save your people or not?" I finally acquiesce and walk over to him, lifting my hands so our palms are touching. Closing my eyes once more, I feel the power well up inside me. The air around us crackles with the energies we combine. I peek one eye open and a white-hot glow surrounds us. I chant the spell once more and energy surges into us, almost knocking me backwards. When I straighten up, everything feels strange. The world looks odd. It takes me a second to place it, but I realize I'm taller now. The dark elf's body I'm inhabiting is at least a foot taller than me, probably closer to 2 feet. I'm eye level with Kallus as well. It feels odd, looking him in the eye like this. Callis's elf is violet-skinned with crystal white eyes and white hair. Mine has gray skin and platinum hair that falls into my eyes. I keep having to brush it aside. Okay, we'll take their weapons and walk down the mountain path. We should act casual so they don't suspect us, I say. Even my voice sounds different. It's smoother and has a deeper pitch. "I will follow your lead," Callis says, "since this is your plan." His voice is different as well, and I have to blink to remind myself that it's still him inside the dark elf. The two of us dress in their clothing and grab their weapons before departing down the mountain. We're both quiet on the trek, adjusting to the oddities of inhabiting these bodies and focused on the task at hand. It gives me time to think, maybe too much time. My mind drifts back to the conversation we had earlier. Callis thinks love is weak. A while back I might have agreed with him. After seeing how Chase and Levias defeated the threat to the encampment, and then seeing Gorion and Sarah take on the evil sorcerer, I think maybe love makes you more determined and brave. It's certainly better than dismissing love outright. But Callis knows nothing of true love. All he knows is war and destruction. Maybe a gargoyle like that can't love anyone. Why does my heart ache at that thought? Maybe because I thought that something was happening between us. I thought that he felt it too. He's been able to look inside me and see that there's more to me than meets the eye. No one else has ever done that. I thought it meant that he felt something for me. Because he believed in me, I was starting to see my magic in a different light. I was starting to be able to draw on it in ways I never have before. All my life I hated what I was, but Callis made me feel special because of it. Turning away from him, I decide that I'm not going to look at or think about Callis anymore, even if it hurts my heart to know that he can never feel anything for me. As we walk, a part of me wishes we could fly down the mountain to the encampment. It would certainly be miles easier than trekking all the way down like this. But we need the element of surprise on our side. It's more important that they don't see us coming. The path gets narrower here and more rocky the closer we get to the foothills of the mountain. It's well-trekked, so the path is free of obstacles for the most part, which makes it a bit easier. We're almost to the encampment, and my heart is beating even harder in my chest than ever. Callis and I might make a good team, but so did Penny and Colette. They managed to subdue an entire coven of Perna. The two of us will have to be careful that they don't see through our disguises. My magic isn't as strong as Penny's, but I know I did well on the spell. Callis and I combined our energies, which made it even stronger. We're approaching the camp from the east when an orc guard holds up a spear, eyeing us suspiciously. Names? I cast about, trying to come up with something. The Gith Belvir, I say, not sure how I came up with that on the spot. Kandrin Edilne, Callis lies smoothly. We are part of the Dark Elf merchants who are trading for the Perna, he adds. Right. The orc moves his spear away and allows us entry to the camp. I want to run to my coven straight away, but I know I have to play my part. I thought there would be more of ya, the orc says as he leads us through the camp. Yes, they got called away, I say, deepening my voice. Callis eyes me, clearly unimpressed with my attempt at lying. There was a bad storm. It destroyed one of the merchant ships, and we needed it to carry the cargo. They are bargaining for another, Callis says. He's good at this. The orc stops in front of a large tent and tells us to wait there. He disappears, and we're left standing around, glancing at each other. A part of me wishes I could hold on to Callis's hand right now. If nothing else, he's always been good at comforting me when I'm stressed. The tent flap opens, and Penny glides out. I almost give myself away by making a face at her, but I cover it up. Hello, she smiles, a pretty, soft smile for my benefit. I'm Penny Calliope. I'm the liaison for the trade. I clear my throat and try to act quietly dignified. Yes, I'm... Help? What was the name I came up with earlier? This is the Gith Belvir, and I am Kandrin Edilne. Callis steps forward, holding out his hand, and Penny takes it, shaking it politely. Nice to meet you both, she says, the fake flirtatious smile getting wider for him. A prickle of irritation runs through me. Anyway, where are the Perna? I demand, interrupting her diet eyes at Callis. You look familiar? Penny says, turning her attention back to me. Have we met before? I'm trying not to act suspicious, but my gut tells me something isn't right. Does she know? Has she figured it out? Callis reaches his hand out, subtly grasping my wrist. No, I am afraid we have never met before. He shakes his head, chuckling lightly. I would have remembered one so lovely. Penny smiles wider, and I want to turn her into a Brox. We really must be going, Callis adds. Our liaison is waiting for news that we have secured the cargo. I really do think I've seen you before. Penny tilts her head. Oh, that's right. You're that dour little dim-witted wannabe Perna who showed up thinking she could be somebody with the right training, she says, looking directly at me like a cat who caught a mouse. Shit! She knows! Before I can panic, Callis draws himself up. Now see here! And you're the pathetic gargoyle who's her loyal lappy pin, she mocks. Kallus! She calls his name over her shoulder, and he comes bustling out of the tent. Look who's just walked into our camp, she says with a purr. Kallus looks us both up and down, a smirk curling his lip upward. Pathetic, he drawls. You're a sorry excuse for a Perna, if you think those disguises are worth anything. His robe sways out behind him as he circles us. Callis steps closer to me in a protective stance. Can I kill her now? Penny asks, jerking her head towards me. No, Kallus shakes his head. This one has to go first. He is the bigger threat, he explains. He turns, facing the orcs. Seize them, he cries out, dark eyes flashing with anger. They're not dark elves at all. They're a Perna and a gargoyle in disguise. The orcs suddenly have us surrounding, and we creep backwards until we're standing all but back to each other. Don't do anything yet, Callis mutters to me. I'm going to stop them. I don't want you to get hurt. How touching, Penny coos in a fake voice. How disgusting, Kallus dismisses Callis's gesture. Grab them, they can't get away. We both start fighting, trying to hold them off. I fire off spells as quickly as I can while Kallus tries to use brute strength to keep them from killing us just yet. It's not enough, though. Not when there's only 2 of us and more than a dozen orcs and a powerful Perna and sorcerer fighting us back. Still, we persevere. I can't give up yet. We're pushed back from the tent into the clearing as we continue to fight the orcs and keep them from taking their rage out on the coven and killing them in front of us. Just as I think the tide is about to turn, more orcs appear from the far reaches of the encampment, and they descend upon Kallus, grabbing him by the arms and tying him up in the center of the clearing. With him incapacitated, another orc is able to grab me and holds me back, forcing me to watch as Kallus brings out a book of spells and, holding it open with one hand, begins to chant in an ancient language. Pa thara mamjala mansachi navilo, pa thara mamjala havakaro. He chants over and over. I watch in horror as Callus's skin begins to hard and his body goes rigid. No! I scream, but the orc holds me tighter. Callis stares at me, the anguish evident in his eyes. He's unable to move an inch while his body finishes hardening. Finally, the spell hardens his eyes and his body is returned to the stone form he was in before I saved him. I have been captured by the orcs. My coven is trapped in a pit, and Callis is gone. Everything has gone wrong. Chapter 20. Yuri. Before I pass out, I watch as Callis is finally trapped in his stone form. I scream, angry and pissed off before an orc knocks me in the back of the head with a club. The next thing I'm aware of is Kallus standing over me. I'm tied up, hands behind my back as he circles me slowly like a serpent. My magic feels like it's gone, and I realize that he's got me bound from my powers, somehow. Lifting my chin with his fingers, he turns my jaw this way and that. I don't know what he's searching for, but I avert my gaze, not wanting to look the slimy man in the eyes. "So, little Perna," he drawls, his hooded eyes never leaving me. "How did you awaken the gargoyle?" I refuse to answer. I'm not going to do anything to put Callis in danger. The situation may be dire, but I would never betray him. "How noble," he mocks me, "protecting your little lover." Staying silent, I yank my cheek from his grasp and turn my face away. He hisses and grabs me roughly, forcing me to look in his eyes. "I can make this easy for you, or I can take my time taking you apart, and not in the way your gargoyle lover would," he says, voice low and hissing. "But I won't be so easily frightened this time. I've been through so much in my journey, I'm no longer the scared, timid girl I was in our village." I narrow my eyes at him and part my lips before clamping them shut so he knows I mean business. "Have it your way," he says with a cackling laugh. "Fashadolo elanga etuz, bantoa." He throws a spell at me and I scream, the agony ripping through me in an instant. It feels as though my entire body is on fire, as though I'm being stabbed by 1,000 knives while being set aflame. I can't stop it and I can't break free. I don't know how long he uses the spell, but when he stops, I'm panting and shaking, my hair plastered to my forehead with sweat dripping down my face. Kallus stares at me coldly. "Ready to talk yet?" he asks, a sneer on his face. "Are you ready to tell me how you freed the gargoyle?" Even if he stabs me with real knives, I won't betray Callis. He's given his life to protect me and the coven, even though he could have walked away at any point. I can't let his sacrifice be in vain. "Maybe a little more pain will help you," he suggests slowly. "Hamoaz meg ahusath." This time it feels as though my skin is being peeled off. It burns and I writhe in agony, screaming as the pain burrows down to my very soul. But I won't let Kallus torture me into submission. I've been through too much to break now. He can throw everything he has at me and I will find a way to stand strong. "Nise toba viz," he snarls when he realizes I'm not giving in. "Nise toba verth." The spell hits me and the pain goes away, but now I feel as though the life is being sucked out of me. It seems as though all water has left my body. I'm dehydrated, my throat feels like sandpaper, swallowing feels like glass in my throat. I gasp out, trying to breathe. I can't breathe. Breathing is impossible. The blood inside me feels as though it's boiling up and I'm hot all over, impossibly hot, and I can't breathe and I'm going to die, aren't I? My vision is hazy. Everything around me is growing dim. I wish I could have stopped Kallus. Maybe I'm not strong enough. From a distance, I see Kallus wave his arms, and suddenly I'm instantly cool and no longer struggling to breathe. He grasps my chin. "Talk," he orders. I shake my head, unable to speak but still refusing to bow to his wishes. With a scream, he slaps me across the face, my head reeling from the force of the slap. "Very well. Let's see if this might loosen your tongue." He turns sharply and barks out an order to the orc guards outside the tent. "Bring it in." I watch, wondering what the next trick Kallus has up his sleeve. The orc guards open the tent flaps and start dragging something inside. A sob escapes me. It's Callis, still trapped in his stone form. "That's what I thought," Kallus smirks. "Maybe if we threaten your lover, we can open that mouth of yours." "2 blows," he tells the guard nearest the statue. The orc pulls out a heavy-looking hammer and strikes a blow at Callus's stone form. I scream out, eyes wide. My heart seems to stop beating in my chest. The stone form seems to absorb the blow, but the next one causes a fissure in the stone to web outward, breaking off tiny pieces of his body. "No!" I scream, nausea rising in my throat. "Talk!" he orders me. "Tell me how you woke the gargoyle!" My determination wavers. I can't let them destroy Kallus. I just can't. But I also know that I can't tell them how to awaken Kallus because they will use it against him. Or worse, they'll find a way to use it to control the gargoyles that are still trapped in their stone slumber. I must hesitate too long because Kallus tells the orcs to continue smashing it blow by blow. I don't know what to do. I can't betray Kallus, but I can't let them destroy him. Another crack forms, more pieces flaking off of the statue. Tears roll down my cheeks. I'm just about to break, to tell them the secret when I see something out of the corner of my eye. Callis appears in his non-corporeal form, standing in front of me. "Please do not cry," he tells me, lifting his hand as though to wipe away my tears. We both know he can't touch me, though. "You have to stay strong. Do not let them break you." I shake my head. He has to know that I can't let them kill him. "I do not want you to sacrifice yourself for me," he says, voice firm. "You should not have to. It is more important to me to save your people. Make a bargain with Kallus. Information on me for the return of your coven," he instructs me. I'm mute, unable to speak back to him. I can't let Kallus know I can see Callis right now. "You do not need to answer me," he says, stepping closer. "I am here with you. I will find a way to protect you, if I cannot—" His voice breaks off. "I must find a way," he says, almost to himself. I watch him stand by me, the orcs smashing his statue with more well-placed blows. There won't be any of him left if I don't do something soon. Callis attempts to stroke my hair with his fingers, but they pass right through. "I have to tell you something," he says sadly. "I know that I am not going to make it. The orcs are going to smash my statue to pieces before long, but if I am destined to die, I must get these words out before I go." Tears blur my vision. I shake my head, my lips forming the word no. I don't want to hear him speak like that. He can't act like he's going to die. "It has been an honor getting to know you," he continues, hands ghosting over my hair again. "You are right about one thing. I told you that love makes you weak. It is not true at all. I was wrong. Love does not make you weak. Love makes you strong. It gives you the courage to do what you never thought you could." I let out a choked sob, trying to turn my face away, but I can't look away. Callis is standing in front of me, and he's also being smashed by hammers. The duality makes my heart ache. "And that is why, if I must go," he takes a deep breath. "If I am destined to be killed on this day, I must tell you how I feel. You have entranced me, mind and body, Yuri Hunter. Your fire, your spirit, the flame in your heart has brought a spark of life back to my endless existence. If I am to die, then I must tell you I love you." It's too much. I can't take any more. Everything seems to be happening far away. There's a loud roaring in my ears, like the rush of the tide. I can't even hear Callis anymore if he's speaking. His non-corporeal form seems to flicker and fade, but something is happening inside of me. I'm having a realization. All the words that I spoke to Callis were a deflection of the things I felt inside. I thought love made people weak. I didn't want to be his mate because I thought he could never want someone like me, never truly love a person like me. The words are echoing around inside my head. I love you. I love you. Crying out, I realize that as much as I tried to fight it, I can't anymore. All the time we spent together has shown me a different way of living. Callis told me that I treated my powers like a curse, that I lived as though I was afraid of what I could do. But he saw the power inside of me and was in awe of what I could do. He made me feel as though I was worthy of love and power. He made me believe I could be a queen, me, a poor orphan runaway. He made me see the ways in which I was hiding from my true self. He made me realize I was stubbornly refusing to see my own worth. I didn't want it to be true. That someone as powerful and mighty as Callis could love someone as ordinary as me. But he did, and I think I might feel the same. I've fallen in love with Callis just as deeply as he's fallen for me. The pain of realizing this lights a fire inside me. If I have to watch the man I love die, I'm going to go out fighting to save him. Callis's form is flickering in and out of existence now as the orcs get down to the last bits of smashing him apart. Letting out a mighty scream, I concentrate all my power inside me, gathering it up and unleashing it all at once. The boom echoes across the encampment. The orcs are knocked back, their hammers flying away from their hands. Everything is blown back by the force of the raw, untempered magic that bursts out of me in a golden cloud of light, like an explosion. Even Kallus and Penny are blown back. The tent is torn to shreds, the remains barely clinging to the support poles that are blown away in the force of my magical explosion. I stand there, wind whipping my dress around my ankles, a glow emanating from within as I stand in front of the enemy. You will not kill the man I love. I boom out, in a voice so loud the orcs have to cover their ears. Prepare to die. Chapter 21. Uri. Kallus recovers quickly, popping back up onto his feet and facing off against me. Hold back, he warns Penny. She's got raw power right now. You have to wait until you see her grow fatigued. I raise a single eyebrow. Really? Do they think I will tire so easily? Holding my hands out, palms up, I tap into the power inside and clouds begin rolling in, covering the sky with a dark hue. Thunder rumbles ominously and a bolt of lighting zigzags down and lights up the encampment. I will not so easily get fatigued. Not after what they did to the man I love. The storm swirls in the sky, bringing down torrential rain. I'm not afraid of you, Perna whelp, Kallus sneers, eyes narrowed, lip curled. I don't care if he is afraid of me. He doesn't have to be afraid of me for me to destroy him. We both lift our hands up, palms facing outward. Hajal, he shouts, sending a powerful blast of blue energy magic directly at me. I have to work fast to bat it away with a gust of wind. Bozorkani, he shouts, just as I shoot a ball of fire at him. Our spells collide mid-air and mine burns his up. You're good, he shouts, but not good enough. He hurls another blast of blue energy at me and it comes too fast for me to stop it, knocking me down to the ground. I get a cut to my temple in the fall and I stand back up, wiping the blood from my eyes. Blagreth! He sends another spell my way, but I counter it with an ice attack, freezing him to the spot. He can't move. I rush forward, sending another freeze spell at him. The ice around his feet grows bigger with each attack I send his way. Excitement flutters in my belly. I might have a chance to defeat him. He's strong, but I'm filled with pure, raw, magical rage. Motaich monearta for Harg! I spit at him as I advance on his frozen form. Just as I reach him, he claps his hands together, creating a boom so deafening I have to cover my ears. The ice shatters in every direction, flying outward. A few orcs are hit with flying shards and yell in rage. Kallus ignores them, focusing all his attention on me, rage in his red eyes. He looks up and chants a spell too fast for me to understand. The sky seems to peel apart for a moment, and a monstrous shadow creature looms overhead. The creature is ethereal and translucent, made of dark, wispy shadows, and moves like water, rushing down at me with a hair-raising, blood-curdling scream. I'm forced to dodge the attack, moving left and right as the creature follows me. "What is that?" I yell at Callis. "What have you done?" "My dear sweet Perna maiden, you still have so much to learn," Callis mocks me. "It's a woad," Penny says, taunting me from the sidelines. "You know nothing about our people or our world. You don't belong here. Admit it." "I belong here just as much as you," I yell, shooting red energy at it, hoping to destroy it. The creature dodges every attack, still shrieking as it follows me. "You're only jealous because I'm becoming powerful, and you can't stand that because you think you deserve to be the most powerful Perna." "You didn't even want your powers!" Penny yells, zapping a bolt of lightning at me. The rain continues to pour down around us, and when I dodge her lightning attack, it hits a nearby tree and sets it on fire. "You're a brat who can't even appreciate the power she was given." She sends another zap of lighting towards me. Fueled by her anger and jealousy, her powers are sharper and more focused as well, almost as much as mine. I roll behind a rock to take a second to strategize, but Penny blasts it to smithereens, and my hiding spot is compromised. Diving behind a tent, I take a second to breathe and consider my options. It's not looking good. I know the spell to summon a Leviathan now. I could do that and hope it attacks Penny and Kallus. The problem is the Leviathan could also attack me as well. Deciding to take the risk anyway, I start chanting as quickly as I can. Hedfa yimhelminda dod agiirlehin. Thick, purple fog rolls into the encampment, and the morbid shriek of the Leviathan rings through the air. "Trapia!" I yell, trying to direct the creature towards them. It works, and Penny is forced to flee as the Leviathan hones in on her, flapping its wings and sending a gout of flames directly at her. "Clever," Callis says. "But you forgot one thing," he smirks. "What's that?" "You have yet to defeat my woad," he says, pointing up. I look up just in time to see the woad heading straight for me, descending rapidly. I duck and dive back behind the tent, but the woad is faster than I expected and sinks sharp teeth into my arm, nearly biting it off. Letting out a scream, I try to beat it back, but the woad is non-corporeal and my blows do nothing. Panicking, I summon a fireball, sending it straight into the chest of the creature. It shrieks, instantly burning up. A sense of relief washes over me, but it's short-lived. The second the woad burns up, it reappears in the sky, lunging for me again. "You cannot defeat the woad unless you burn it with protection oil," Kallus taunts me. "You'll never defeat me, you stupid child." I realize what he says is true. I cannot take both him and Penny on at the same time and hope to come out the victor. As powerful as my magic is right now, Kallus is a well-trained sorcerer who has been practicing for many years, and Penny has accumulated more power than a Perna her age should have. I need a new strategy. As I battle the woad once more, I glance around, trying to come up with an idea. My gaze lands on the smashed form of Callis. His head sits, intact, upon a pile of rubble that was his body. An ache stabs me in the heart. I wish he was here. His power would be enough to defeat them, but he can't come back if he's smashed up, can he? Maybe he can. He's the king of the Gargoyles. He's been through countless battles before, and he's been hurt before, right? Is it possible that since there's still some of him remaining, he could still come back? Setting my mouth into a thin line, I square my shoulders. There's only one way to find out. I can't hope to defeat Kallus on my own, but if I could get close enough to Callis, I could use my blood to try. I'm going to save the man I love or die trying. Aiming for the woad again, I use a spell to push it towards Kallus. It may not attack him, but I need to get closer to him. The creature flies back at me, and I retreat, going around the circle of tents to draw it off for a moment. I double back and try to get it going after the Leviathan, which is still attacking Penny. She manages to evade the Leviathan, though, and sends a stunning spell my way, which sends me blasting to the ground, smacking my face on a rock. As much as I'm loath to admit it, what Kallus says is true. I can't last forever. And it's evident by the fact that my movements are a fraction slower and there's an aching in my hands. Every single part of me is drenched from the rain to the point where my teeth are starting to chatter, but I can't let them take me down. Turning, I hit the Leviathan with a bolt of lightning, and it flies straight into Penny, nearly taking her head off. "You little bitch!" she screams, throwing a ball of red energy straight at me. I narrowly miss it, and it hits the woad, which burns away again. This time, though, Kallus screams in anger. "You destroyed my creature!" he shouts at Penny. She must have imbued her spell with a dark curse. "She was trying to kill me," Penny argues back. I take the opportunity while they're arguing to sneak closer to Callis. He's just within reach. If I can just... A stunning spell hits me in the back and I'm sent sprawling again. "Shit!" I curse, scrabbling to my knees. "Don't think you can get away so easily," Kallus yells. "You'll be destroyed if it's the last thing I do." "Ligsaur!" I send the spell directly at Kallus, who gets tossed across the camp with the force of the spell. But Penny is right there, sending another wave of red energy at me. I only narrowly miss being hit straight on, and it slices my cheek as it passes. The pain is like being stung by 1,000 vespids at once. Still, I continue forward. Spells are being thrown left and right. It feels impossible to keep up as Kallus and Penny double up to take me on. Every time I get close enough to Callis to try to revive him, one or the other is there to blast me away. I can't let them know what I'm doing either. If they even guess what I'm doing, I could ruin the whole plan. The fatigue is truly catching up to me now. I'm winded from running around and dodging spell attacks. My hands are nearly numb from constant magic use, and my brain is growing fuzzier. It's too much. I don't know if I can keep up. I have to get to Callis. I have to. "You can't keep battling us forever," Kallus shouts. "You'll tire eventually." "Never," I say, sending a whirlwind at him. He's yanked from his feet and tossed backwards, but he manages to simply step out of the whirlwind like it didn't even affect him. What I have in raw power, Kallus makes up for with years of magical training and experience. I shake out my hands and try again, this time sending a lightning bolt from above, and when he bats it away, I send another bolt of lightning. "I may not be at your level," I yell across the encampment, "but I will die trying to save my people. You use your powers for evil and it's twisted and corrupted you. That will ultimately be your downfall." What a naive thing to say. Magic is only for the most powerful to own. The Perna here are too soft, too weak to be allowed to have it. When Garrick offered me coin to take you out, I knew it was the perfect opportunity. "You will never win," I say, gritting my teeth. "The Perna here are strong. They taught me how to use and control my magic. They taught me kindness and love. You and Penny are destined to be destroyed because of your evil desires." I realize I'm close enough to Callis to touch him, but I have to keep distracting Kallus. Penny takes the opportunity I'm distracted to send another stunning spell at me, which is enough to send me falling straight backwards, landing on a rock. At first I panic. I can't move. I can't breathe. Am I paralyzed? I realize I've simply had the wind knocked out of me, and I sit up, crawling towards Callus's stone head. "Give up," Penny says with a cruel laugh. "You can't win against the both of us." Blood has pooled in my mouth from how hard I bit my tongue when I fell. I turn and spit my blood onto Callus's cheek. "It's over for you," I tell her before I pass out.
Chapter 22. Callis. The orcs smashed my statue apart, but that did not mean I was unaware of what was happening. I could not reach Yuri, but I was still forced to watch as she battled the dark elf and his minion Perna on the battlefield. To say I was impressed by her prowess would be an understatement. The sheer, raw power she held onto, that she utilized, is a testament to the growth she has undergone in her training. She has learned to embrace her magic and use it to her advantage. I feared she would die before I could be freed. I had no way to speak to her, not with how much damage I took, but I hoped she would find a way back to me and try anyway. Just when things looked the most bleak, though, when she was backed into a corner, I watch as she spits blood onto my cheek before collapsing. Finally, the power inside me rumbles back to life, the pieces of my broken parts knitting themselves back together. A great surge of magical incandescent light shines down from the cosmos and into my body, light filling me full as I finish being brought back. When the light fades, I stand there in all my power, all my glory, and all my rage. They hurt the woman I love. They will die. "You will pay for this!" I yell at Callis. For a moment, the sorcerer looks properly frightened, but he schools his expression into a sneer and faces off against me. Little does he know that being resurrected like this has been an advantage. I was able to essentially rest and recuperate while in stone sleep. I am at my fullest power. Turning my head, I watch as the Perna traitor advances on me, thinking she is behaving in a stealthy manner. "Halt!" I freeze her in place with one flick of my finger. She's paralyzed, unable to move. I ignore Kallus as I saunter over to her. "Beg," I tell her. She looks up at me, gray eyes large and round. A beat passes, her lips part, and no sound comes out. "Beg me for your life," I repeat, "and I might yet be merciful." "Please," she whispers. "Please don't kill me. Please." Fury fills me. I lift my hand and flick my wrist. The Perna is shot backwards with a great burst of magic, falling against a tent before slumping down, unconscious. "And you?" I turn back to see Callis trembling, though with rage or fright I do not know, nor care. "You thought you could so easily defeat me? Torture the woman I love? Make me bear witness to the torment she went through before thinking you could finish me off?" With each word I advance closer to Callis, but he steps backwards, trying to avoid being in close spell range. He fires off attacks at me to keep me at bay, but I am too quick for him, blasting them away easily. We circle the encampment, away from Yuri. I want to keep him distracted, on his toes, so he does not think to go after her while she is unconscious. I do not worry about the Orcs. They are cowards in the face of magic, and would not dare interfere in a magical battle. Raising my arms up high, I send a swarm of Vespids towards Callis, making him run to avoid being stung to death. He freezes them as soon as he gets far enough away, the swarm dropping immediately to the ground. Callis is getting close to the edge of the encampment now, teetering on the edge of a ledge of rock. He glances backwards, seeing how close he is, and his red eyes turn back to meet mine. "Are you hoping to toss me off a cliff?" he asks, laughing in an eerie, high-pitched tone. "No," I shake my head, wings spread out behind me like an avenging god. "I will kill you in the most cruel way possible. Now that I have him where he cannot run, he is exactly where I want him." Tossing a spell at him, I watch as he gasps, unable to breathe. He clutches at his throat, sinking to his knees as the oxygen leaves his body. Callis is cunning, though, and uses a wordless spell to unbind mine from around his throat. He inhales great lungfuls of air and shoots me a look full of daggers. "Is that all you've got?" He thinks he is taunting me. I shrug, and he sends a spell at me, and it hits me in the shoulder, burning me. The pain is nothing, a mere scratch. I look down at it, then slowly look back up at Callis. "Oh, you want me to show you what I can really do?" I ask, voice rising in volume. "You want me to unleash my real power?" I smirk, throwing another spell at him. He gets hit in the chest and chokes up a mouthful of blood, leaning over to heave it out onto the grass. "How about this?" I hit him with another spell, and a large boulder rolls from the nearby rock formation and pins him to the ground, crushing his legs. "Lastly, how about this? Is this enough for you?" I am openly mocking him now, as I send another spell his way that slices tiny cuts all over his body, making him wordlessly scream out as he's slowly choking to death on his own blood. You will not live to see another sunrise, I growl. Not after the cruel and terrible things you did to Yuri, to hurt her and to tear us apart. I will not let you live. I watch with satisfaction as Kallus is ripped apart from the inside out, trapped and unable to move a single inch, unable to cast a spell or run away like a coward. He gasps out one last, rattling breath, and his body goes limp. I turn back to see the Orcs, who had been watching the entire battle and the magic that was being sent around the encampment, now watching me and shuffling and muttering nervously among themselves. "You will all die today!" I scream, still full of white-hot rage after what the Orcs have done. They scramble in unison, grabbing for weapons and jumping into a defensive stance. It is too late for them, though. I start by picking the one closest to me up by the throat, tossing him directly at the one behind him so they collide, one spear going straight through the other. The next orc to cross my path gets treated similarly, but this time, I crush its windpipe before flinging it across the field to land with a dull thud on top of its brethren, pinning it to the ground. As orcs come at me left and right, I continue my crushing rampage. My favorite tactic is to pick up an orc with my taloned feet, fly into the air and drop it on another orc so they both die from impact. When I land, a group of orcs have managed to band together despite their insufferable stupidity, and are using a large, felled tree as a battering ram, heading straight for me. There is not enough time to get out of its way, so I slide underneath and pop up behind them, startling them into dropping it onto themselves, and they all go down like a game of 10-pin. Finally, I reach the center of the encampment, where Garrick the Red is cursing and shouting at his men to stop me. I stand in front of him, facing off against him. He glares at me, but there is a wild look in his eyes, a slight tremble to his movements. He raises a huge, heavy, double-edged axe up and begins to swing it towards me. Though I do not doubt he is a fierce warrior on the battlefield, next to me he is nothing. A bug to be squashed. I raise my hand and shoot a bolt of magical energy at him, dropping him where he stands. The weapon falls out of his hands. Striding over to him, I step down hard on the hand holding the weapon. "This is your end, Garrick," I say, eyes narrowed. "I told you that I would destroy you after what you did. The Perna traitor is unconscious. The sorcerer thug is dead. Do you realize that you are next?" "You will never kill me," Garrick sneers. I step down harder on his wrist, listening to him scream in pain, listening for the sickening crunch that lets me know his fighting arm is broken. "Do you hear that?" I ask him. "Your arm is now useless. You cannot fight with it." He glares up at me. "My men will protect me," he spits out. "Look around," I say with a high laugh. "Your men have either been slaughtered, or those left have run in cowardice, knowing that if they stick around they will be next to be killed." The realization seems to finally dawn on Garrick. I move and he staggers to his feet, still trying to fight even to the bitter end. I raise my hand, magically enhancing the strength in my arm, and bring it down over his head, hard. Garrick falls to the ground in a heap, dead. The rage inside me is not yet gone, however. I am still filled with burning hatred at my enemies for daring to harm Yuri. I spot the pit in the distance. Now is the time for me to begin my campaign of revenge. Heading towards it, I rush over and tear the pit open. The Perna inside look up at me, a cheer erupting. "He has come to save us," I hear one say. But I have no such plans. They will pay for their crimes. Before I can begin my campaign of revenge, a small, weak voice reaches my ears. "Callis." Is that Yuri? Has she awakened? I turn, spotting her sitting up weakly, hand cupped over her eyes to try and find me. The storm dissipated when Yuri passed out, and the sun is in full force. Instantly, I rush over to her side, helping her to sit up fully. "I thought I lost you," she sobs. "You died. They smashed you into pieces." "I am here," I say, soothing a hand over her hair, pressing kisses to her forehead. I am here. You saved me. You managed to save me. Where's Callis? She looks around, a crease forming between her brows. And Penny? Callis is gone, defeated, dead. Penny is unconscious. She will be tried for her crimes. The orc threat has been eliminated, I explained to her. Oh, Callis, you did it! Thank you. Yuri looks at me with shining eyes. I was so worried. I thought I wouldn't be able to tell you. Tell me what? That I love you, she says, pulling me down for a kiss. When we break apart, I hold her close. I love you too, I say. I want to stay by your side and take care of you as long as I live. Revenge no longer matters to me. All that matters is you and your happiness. Please say you will be my mate. Yes, she nods into my chest. I'll be your mate. All I wanted was you, for so long. But I thought you cared more about revenge than about me. Now that I know that you want me, I'll stay by your side forever, too. I bask in the glow of our happiness, thrilled to have her by my side.
Chapter 23. Yuri. We rescue the coven from the pit as soon as we're done embracing. Callis helps the women and Darish to get out, and we make sure that everyone is well enough to make the trek back to the village. Only Rhonda needs assistance. Penny is tied up and forced to walk behind, me holding onto her rope like she's a misbehaving pet. I can't help the surge of joy I feel in knowing that she will likely be punished harshly for her crimes. Knowing that the Perna were rescued a second time with help from a gargoyle, I hope that it will help to heal and soothe the old wounds between them. There is still a long way to go, but this is a start. And Callis has promised to drop his campaign for revenge. All I wanted was to be with him, but I didn't think he cared enough about me to respect my wishes, to understand that I wanted no more bloodshed because of the feud between them. I hold on to Callis's hand the whole way back, practically skipping with the happiness inside me. I can imagine a future with him now. A future together, the two of us, facing off against whatever comes our way. Once we return to the village, it takes a few days to get everyone healed and the damage to the village repaired, but everything is good as new soon enough. You are nearly done with your training now. Rhonda watches me face off against Winter a week later. You've come such a long way in such a short time. I'm very proud of you. The smile on her face imbues a warmth in my heart. Having a maternal figure like her say something like that to me is all I ever wanted in life. Thanks. I walk over to her and grab onto her, hugging her tightly. She's surprised, holding stiff at first, before relaxing into the hug. I never had someone tell me that before. You have shown great prowess for magic, she says after we break apart. You must know that. I never wanted it, but I'm glad to have it now. I agree. I've changed my thinking on it. I don't see it as a burden or a curse. It's a blessing to me now, a gift. And I want to respect my gift by learning as much as I can. Now, hold the flower in your hands and concentrate on making it grow, Winter says, a smile on her face as she watches. I concentrate and the flower bursts into bloom. Winter has been a great teacher and a good friend while I've been here. So has Lorelei and even Amanda, who taught me a great deal about botany magic and how to tend to crops and make them grow under any circumstances. She never really warmed up to me, but at least she was willing to teach me what she knew. Alexia is still working on improving her magical abilities. She's younger than me and will train for a few years before being formally accepted into the coven. Nevertheless, she's shown me a lot of cool tricks to do with water magic. I've learned from every single member of the Jagged Peak coven, even Penny. I learned that acquiring more magic takes time and patience and practice, and that trying to rush that will result in bad things happening. Penny is tried for her crimes and put on magical house arrest for 2 years, or until she's shown real remorse. She won't be allowed to leave her bungalow without a chaperone, and every member of the coven will oversee any magic she performs. Her bungalow is warded against magic use as well, sigils carved into the walls to keep Penny from trying to escape. They take her rehabilitation seriously, too. Rhonda feels that if she is isolated and alone, she is given time to stew and simmer in her anger and resentment, so they keep her engaged by making her work with the young Perna. It hasn't seemed to help much, but I did notice her not being quite as mean to the young trainees as she used to after a few weeks. She still yells at them when they mess up, but maybe not as loudly. Rhonda thinks that investing in the future of the coven is the way to help Penny. I think at least she's being kept too busy to plot with dark elven sorcerers anymore. Callis spends most of his days helping Darish with repairs around the village and doing odd jobs, but I can tell he's itching for more. I know my time in the coven is drawing to an end. Callis is a king, a royal gargoyle. Spending his days as a commoner in a Perna village is not the right fit for someone like him. He's been patient with me as I continued to learn my magic and has not yet complained once about the situation. But it's time we moved on. Callis agrees easily when I bring it up. "I just want to be with you forever," he says, cupping my cheek as he kisses me. "Whatever you want, I will do it for you." His former castle is still standing, and he wants to reach out to Gorion and Levius and begin the process of finding their brothers and waking them up. The Perna offer to hold a mating ceremony before we leave. I'm overjoyed at the idea of joining Callis in union with my new family. We do the ceremony in a half-Perna, half-Gargoyle tradition. The mating ceremony will be held in the large community building that hosts gatherings and feasts. Beginning the night before, Winter, Lorelei, Rhonda, and I hang a bouquet of flowers and herbs from all corners of the room to ward off bad spirits in the Gargoyle tradition. We decorate the room with more flowers in the Perna tradition to ensure our union is prosperous and fertile. I giggle with Winter and Lorelei at the fertility parts, unsure where I stand on having children yet. Maybe I'll be ready in time. The next day, I rise early and go to the hot springs to take a long bath, cleaning myself for Callis before the ceremony, in the Gargoyle tradition. Next, I anoint myself with special oils and ointments. The oil from a sacred tree is to give my skin a fresh, healthy glow and to protect against harm. The ointments are like a lotion to soften the skin and make it easier to mate when the time comes. It's more tradition than necessity for me. Winter and Lorelei join me in my bungalow to help me dress. In the Perna tradition, I'm put into a white dress with green trim around the neckline and the bands around the arms. The sleeves split open just past the elbows, and I'm adorned with golden bracelets and rings. My two friends cover me in a thick, gauzy white veil, and a golden circlet is placed on my head to hold it in place. I can't see much, so the two of them guide me out of the bungalow and towards the community building. I stand in the center of the room and Callis comes in, wearing a dark brown leather tunic and breeches. He stops in front of Rhonda, in the Gargoyle tradition, and asks for her permission to take me as his mate. I agree, Rhonda nods solemnly. He offers her a token, and she takes it. He then continues to go around to every guest, offering a token in exchange for their agreement of our union. Once they have agreed, they share a piece of cake. He was firm that he wanted to do this part of his people's tradition. I know why now, because he wants me to understand how much he respects the Perna in my coven, the people who have become my family. He stops at Penny last. She rolls her eyes, sighs and nods, shooting me the tiniest smile before it's gone. At least it's progress. Once everyone has agreed, he walks over to me and slips a ring onto my pointer finger in the Perna tradition, before removing the circlet, then the veil. I smile up at him, and he kisses me while placing the golden circlet back on my head. "You are mine now," he says, voice husky. The ceremony is over. Cheers ring out among the coven, and Darish and Delia bring out the food to begin the feast. Darish presses 2 goblets of wine into our hands and brings over a potted sapling to plant in the courtyard of Callis's castle. It's a Gargoyle tradition for a couple to plant a tree together. As long as the tree grows bigger, the marriage will prosper. We tip the wine into the pot to water the tree together, hands intertwined. To your future, Callis says. To yours, I echo. As we celebrate and feast, I feel Callis's foot rub against mine under the table. Warmth spreads through my veins, and I feel my cheeks grow more flush as the night progresses. I love you, Callis says, during a rare moment of quiet. I just want you to know that. I want to stay by your side forever. I love you, too. I squeeze his hand. Thank you for this. Thank you for everything. You made sure my family, my coven, was part of the ceremony, that you asked Rhonda for my hand. I know it wasn't easy for you to put your old prejudices aside for me, and it means the world that you did. It is easy to like the people who love you. He strokes my cheek with the back of his hand. I know how important they are to you, and I honor their presence in your life. I know you will be sad to say goodbye, but I hope you know that I will not disallow you from visiting whenever you wish. I appreciate that, I smile. You mean the world to me. I can't wait to start our new lives together. A toast! Darish yells, interrupting us. To the happy couple, may your marriage be filled with love and laughter, happiness, peace, and be free of worry or strife. To the couple, Rhonda echoes. The others cheer and toast us again. They seem to be treating Callis as an honored guest. You know what this means, Callis says, whispering in my ear. What? I shiver at his proximity. That you are a queen now, he teases, lifting my chin to plant another kiss on my lips. My mind reels with that. A queen. I am a queen now, gods above. I shake slightly, but Callis wraps his arm around my shoulder and I relax into him. Queen of the Gargoyles. Interesting. I wonder if that means I have sovereignty over Sarah, who is merely a lady. I giggle to myself and sip my fresh goblet of wine, amused at the thought. Truly, there is no greater happiness than this, being surrounded by family with a mate by my side. If only I had known how things would turn out for me, I might have fought against fate a little less hard. Then again, maybe fate is what led me here in the first place, with magic at my fingertips and a gargoyle mate by my side. I cast a spell now, blowing out the candles and making it so it looks like starlight is shining onto the ceiling. Everyone gasps and I stand up. Let's dance, I call out. Some of the Perna bring out musical instruments just for this moment and begin to play. I take Callis by the arm and lead him to the center of the room, and the two of us begin to dance. Chapter 24. Yuri. Callis sweeps me into his arms before catapulting us into the air. His large wings beat heavy in the wind, drawing a laugh out of me that is quickly swallowed up with the noise. He glides easily away from the ceremony, the lights down below us growing further and further away. I hook my arm around his neck and move to look over his shoulder at them. The party had still been in full swing when he'd kissed me and asked to leave so he could finally consummate our mating. After looking into those dark eyes of his, filled with love and desire, how could I deny him? I kiss along his jaw and feel his powerful body strain to hold me upright. Turning him on like this, mid-flight, is dangerous, but I can't help letting myself do what my body wants. My mate is all I can think of at this point, and the thoughts are all-consuming. We fly for what feels like hours until we finally come to the top of a cliff that juts out oddly. He lands hard on his feet, keeping me steady in his arms while straightening up to his full height. Turning to see in front of us, I notice that we're standing on a large, broken-down path. It's covered in worn tile, leading to the mouth of a set of rocks that spire into one another. It looks like some kind of dead end, but why would he take me here of all places? Where are we? He shifts me in his arms before heading down the pathway. My castle. My eyes widen. Your castle? As in, where you used to rule? A laugh rumbles out of him. Yes, Yuri. What else do you think that means? My cheeks redden from his words. I slap a hand against his shoulder, knowing that even though he can barely feel it, the sentiment remains the same. That has him chuckling again and planting a kiss on my head as we pass through the large rock formations. I'm surprised to find that it isn't actually a dead end like I thought, but a small hidden passageway that opens up into a vast staircase that leads up the side of the mountain. I crane my head to look up at the top, gasping when a large and half-decimated castle stands proudly at the top. Wow. It is rather run down at the moment, but I want our first night together as mates to be in our home. I smile at the thought. I don't care where we end up, as long as Callis keeps me by his side for the rest of our lives. The future that looms ahead of us feels uncertain, especially with his hatred for Perna still burning in his chest. I know at least that my coven is safe from his wrath. He carries me up the worn staircase, taking them carefully one at a time. They crumble under his feet, and more than once I go to ask him why he doesn't simply fly us up to the top, but for some reason I stop each time. It seems that this is an important task for him to do, perhaps right his past wrongs in a way that gives him a sense of purpose other than destroying the beings who cursed him in the first place. I want him to focus his energies on something else anyway, that doesn't include destroying an entire species. Once we reach the top, I'm able to see the castle is indeed as magnificent as it looked from down below. It is worn, but the character is still there, with its beautiful stone walls and carvings that look ancient and majestic, all rolled into one. The large opening is still closed with twin double doors that look at least 20 feet tall. Callis sets me down gently onto my feet and leads me over to them. His muscles strain as he pulls them apart, the hinges rusted shut after being out of use for so long. I step inside first, my boots hitting the beautiful marbled floors with soft taps. I look down at it, noticing that despite the outward appearance of the castle, the foyer still remains relatively intact. Callis shuts the doors behind us with a heavy groan, plunging us into darkness. "Oh!" I laugh at him and wave my hands around, conjuring a ball of fire between my fingers. Putting my hands up together, I cast the fire outward, throwing it towards the torches bolted into the walls on either side of the foyer. They come to life, bathing us in a soft glow. "You're perfect!" Callis scoops me back up into his arms. "Absolutely amazing." I practically melt at the praise. I love him reaffirming me, especially when I'm least expecting it. It helps to reassure me that keeping my magic and practicing it so heavily had been the right choice after all. Callis places a chaste kiss on my lips before taking the grand staircase up to the second floor. I press my lips along his jaw, breathing in his heavy scent. I'm curious to see what the rest of the castle looks like, but there will be time for me to explore later on down the road. Right now, I want to focus solely on my mate. He brings me to a bedroom that looks hardly touched aside from some dust kicking up when the door opens. I'm placed down on top of the giant-sized bed and laid out like a precious artifact meant to be cherished. He makes quick work of my dress, pulling it off of me and leaving it in a heap at the foot of the bed. It has me laughing and shoving up at his shoulder when he comes to lay down on top of me. "They handmade that dress, you know." He smirks. "I'll be sure to let you hang it up later." Why do I suspect that's a lie? He chuckles again. "Perhaps because you'll be too busy screaming my name to remember to do so." I moan at the promise, my legs coming up to wrap around his waist when he settles himself between them. I paw at his shirt and pull it off of his body much in the same way he had my dress. His ebony skin is hot under my hands, his breathing becoming slightly labored as I run my fingers over his pecs. "I want you," I practically whine. "You will have me, Yuri." His eyes soften, giving him a tender look that I haven't seen before. "As long as you wish." I sit up on my elbows, brushing my lips over his. "And if that's as long as forever?" "I was serious in my vows when I told you that I would be by your side for the rest of eternity. Even if I'm turned back into stone, I will always be with you." My heart flutters in my chest at his words. His vows to me are something that I'll never forget. Those sweet words of his will replay over in my mind, even on my darkest days, bringing me back into the light and into his arms. I pull him down into a deep kiss, loving when his body settles on top of mine again. And that's where I need to stop for a moment again. What's about to happen next is simply too hot for YouTube. Callis is going to use me in ways that I cannot mention on the air, or else this channel will get banned. I'm so sorry for this, but you can get the full, unedited, and unabridged audiobook at worldsofprotheka.com, and you can use the discount code YouTube30 to take 30% off all digital products. Once again, I apologize for this, and I know you're disappointed, but I'm going to skip over the nasty fun now and take us back to the story. I love you, he tells me softly after we are finished. It makes me smile. I soak in his warmth, letting my body relax completely against my mate. My forever. I love you too, Callis. Chapter 25. Uri. Just a little to the left, I say, watching Callis move the tapestry up the wall. Little more, I indicate with my hands. How is it now? He asks, bringing the hammer up to nail it in place. It's still crooked. I frown and examine it. Hang on a sec. I magically reach out and adjust it exactly where I want it. There, perfect, I grin. Callis rolls his eyes and starts hammering the tapestry into place. We've taken on the task of restoring the castle on our own. It's a big project, but with our magic and Callis's physical strength, it's only been a few months and it's already nearly done. This definitely isn't the life I planned for. I always thought I would find a nice village to settle down into when I was done getting the Jagged Peak coven to remove my powers. I never expected to become the queen of the Gargoyles, mated to a king and living in a semi-restored castle. I think the Yuri who left the village would be taken aback by the Yuri of today. Okay, done. Callis flies down, feet touching the stone floor. It better look all right. I will not get back up there and change it once more, he growls, only half kidding. It looks fine, I assure him, giggling. He takes me in his arms, kissing me soundly. I'm so glad to have found him. A big part of where I am today is because of him. He's the one who opened my eyes to the way I was denying a part of who I am. I treated my powers as something shameful and terrible. I was cast out for having them. Even training with the Perna of my coven wasn't enough to fully embrace that part of me. It wasn't until I was stuck on the mountain with Callis that I realized my powers could be used for more than just destruction or defense. Hang on, I do want to do one thing. I pull away from my mate and glance around the great room. It's one of the last places left to restore before the castle is up and running again. I concentrate and make turn the small rug on the floor under my feet into a larger, more opulent one with rich, vibrant violet designs on a black background. Not bad, Callis grins. It goes well with the tapestry. The black and gray tapestry depicts an ancient and fierce battle between Perna and Gargoyle. I might have objected at first, but then I realized that this tapestry is a good way to show the history of our people and how it culminated in finding each other and joining together, like the fates have been guiding us together for a long time. So, when will we be ready to hire servants? I ask. It's something I've strangely looked forward to. We can do most everything ourselves, but it will be nice to actually feel like a queen at some point. Maybe that makes me snobby, but as a poor orphan with nothing to her name, I've spent my whole life doing the mundane, dirty work that no one else will do. And I know I would treat my servants far better than I was treated. I thought I would start the process tomorrow, Callis informs me. The locals have been coming by since they noticed the restoration a few weeks ago. They will make more serving me here in our castle than they ever could as a villager, which they know. Wonderful! I beam at him and kiss him once more. The castle is looking so beautiful now. I look around. When we arrived, the castle was in ruins for being abandoned for so long. Some woodland creatures had made a home here, not to mention those thieves over the years who had dared come loot most of Callus's things. His hidden coin stash was intact, and he was able to purchase furniture and art from local craftsmen, as well as having custom pieces made, like a new throne. The new throne was made of iron, large with black accents. I had a matching throne, smaller with black velvet cushioning. My wardrobe has been upgraded as well. I am currently wearing a gorgeous red velvet dress with gold trim, the bodice cut in a low V neckline. I also wear my wedding circlet on my head as well as the gold bracelets and rings. Callis had also gifted me a red diamante necklace from his stash of jewels that hadn't been looted. It's encased in gold metalwork on a golden chain. I'm wearing it now over my dress. "What's for supper tonight?" I ask. Callis is much better at cooking than I am and cooks most of our meals. "Dane stew again," he says. When I sigh, he takes my hand. "Our food will be much better when we have a proper cook," he promises. Dane stew isn't bad. It's just that lately I haven't had much of an appetite for it. Actually, lately, everything has tasted slightly off. Maybe I just miss my coven. It's been 3 months since we left and I haven't had a chance to go back yet. We've been busy with the castle restoration. I think I would like to visit with my coven again soon, I tell Callis. I miss them. I know. He rubs his thumb over my hand. You have been incredibly patient. What if we offered to invite them to the grand celebration when the castle is finished? Yes, I grin. That would be a lovely idea. I can't wait to see them. I jump for joy, but when I land, my tummy feels unsettled. Oops, shouldn't have done that. I clap a hand over my mouth. The sickness still persists? Callis asks. I've been sick nearly every day for a few weeks now. Yes. I rush away to the nearest bathroom, heaving into the toilet. Thanks to Callis, we have running water, and it carries away our waste by magic. When I sit up, I wipe my mouth with the back of my hand, trying to breathe calmly in and out through my nose. It's extremely puzzling. I don't understand why I've been so sick lately. Ever since we finished the bedroom about 6 weeks ago, something has been off with me. Wait, 6 weeks ago? A thought runs through my head. I take a deep breath. Rhonda gave me this spell just before we left. She said that I would need to know it at some point. Torach no du flehain. I wave my hand over my body. A faint, pulsating glow emanates from my belly, confirming my suspicions. I'm pregnant. Gods above, am I really? I cast the spell again, and the glow shines even brighter than before. I'm really pregnant with Callis's child. Nervousness creeps over me. Will I be a good mother? Will Callis keep his promise, especially now that we will have a child together? I start breathing harder, the anxiety rising. A soft voice, Callis's voice, seems to almost whisper in my ear, I promise to stay by your side forever. It's the echo of the memory of our wedding. My shoulders drop and my breath evens out. Callis won't leave me. I know he won't. And I may not have had a mother, but I had Chase, who taught me how a mother should act, and Rhonda, who showed me how to embrace who I am. The two of them will no doubt help me with any children I bear. I may not have a mother, but I have them now. I smile, rubbing my still flat belly. Hello, you're such a surprise, but a welcome one. I tell our son, I don't know if it's a boy or a girl, but I have a strong intuition that it's a boy. Something tells me that it's our son growing in there, the heir to Callis's throne. As I stand to wash my hands and face, I wonder how I'll tell him. I want to make it a joyful surprise. Maybe I should make something for the baby to gift to my mate, like a blanket or a rattle. When he opens the box, he'll see it and realize we're expecting. I leave the washroom and find Callis in the castle kitchen, stirring up the giant pot of stew. The smell reaches my nose and I have to turn, gagging again. Gods above, there's no way I'm going to be able to eat Dayan stew anytime soon. I think I'll just have some fresh fruit, I say, grabbing a few slices of tisret. I'm not very hungry. That is perfectly all right, Callis reassures me. You sit and I will eat. Tell me about your plans for the nursery? I nearly choke on my tisret. I forgot that Callis had given me free rein for designing a nursery. We hadn't planned on having children soon, exactly. We just figured it would happen and needed to be prepared. Ah, good. I'm just full of ideas, I say, smirking to myself. I'll show you soon. We spend the rest of the evening in conversation about plans for the party and eventually slip into bed, exhausted and happy. It takes a few days to plan, but eventually I figure out how to transfigure a metal ring into a baby rattle, and I tie it with a soft, blue silk ribbon and tuck it into a velvet-lined wooden box. Callis is sitting on his throne while potential servants wait to be interviewed in the hall. I approach with the box and he looks at me, head tilted. "What is that?" he asks, wrinkling his brow. "A box. I'm deliberately being obtuse." "Yes," he sighs and rolls his eyes in good faith. "I mean, why are you bringing me a box?" I hand it to him, waiting for him to open it up. "It's a gift," I tell him. "For you." "For me? But I have everything I need," he insists. "Open it up." I urge him to open the box, and he lifts the lid, gazing at the sight. "What is this?" He stares at it for a long moment. "A rattle? Are you ready to have a child with me? Is that what this is?" I giggle. Even great and powerful gargoyle kings can sometimes be a bit slow to sort it out. "Not exactly," I say. "Look at me." He looks at me, still with his brows drawn. I recite the spell again, my abdomen glowing with a bright, pulsating amber glow. "Uri, is that?" He seems unable to form words. "Yes?" I nod, a grin on my face. "I am." "You are pregnant. Is it a boy or a girl?" he demands. I can't stop the snort of laughter that echoes through the room. I don't know yet. It's too soon. I decide to wait to tell him. I think it's a boy. Callis jumps off the throne and grabs me around the waist, picking me up and spinning me around. I am overjoyed. All my fears melt away instantly. I have nothing to worry about. Kallus already loves me, and he's going to love the child inside me just as much. As he holds me, I feel my heart fill to bursting with happiness. I know that I'm where I'm meant to be. I'm with a mate who has made me feel worth something despite being born different. I'm with the man who believed in me when I couldn't even believe in myself. And the future is laid out in front of me, full of promise.
Chapter 26. Callis.
My once glorious castle has now been restored to its full and former glory. I stand at the large open doors that lead to a grand balcony off the bedroom now, gazing over the land that is now under my dominion.
The party was spectacular, a revelry for the ages. Guests from all over traveled to the castle to celebrate. Levius brought his mate, a human named Chase, who was like a mother figure to Yuri growing up. Yuri was delighted to have her around to discuss pregnancy-related matters. And Gorian brought his mate, a friend of Yuri's named Sarah. The two of them attended as Lord and Lady of the Tower Castle. They had apparently defeated a wizard and taken his land, ruling over it as their own. I was able to negotiate with Levius and Gorion to give me any and all of the most important matters to attend as king, but that they had free reign over their own corner of the land to rule freely and justly. In addition, some of the Jagged Peak coven attended our celebration as well. Yuri was excited to show them her new home. They were suitably impressed, of course. We have a house full of servants now to attend us and our needs. Though laughably, the maid who helps Yuri is still frightened of me, even after many months of service. I gaze at my mate now, laying on the bed, asleep in the late afternoon. She looks so peaceful, a light glow over her. She is so beautiful like this. Mixed emotions stir in my chest. I am going to be a father. What a wonderful turn of events. Pride swells inside me, but there is also a kind of anxiety. Most gargoyles are still frozen in time. The Perna and the Gargoyle people are still sworn enemies, and I mated with one. How will Yuri's magic mix with mine? Will she be able to carry to term? Chase was able to give birth successfully. Yuri was delighted to meet their little one at the party. But with Yuri's magic, things might be different. Her belly is swollen now, growing at a rapid rate, it seems. It feels as though it was mere days ago when she gave me the box with the silver rattle. Now she has a hand over the protrusion under her shift, the swell big enough to push out past her breasts. I gaze back out at the mountains in the distance, the range in plain view from this spot in the castle. Heat coils in my chest. We have lost so much in the fight against the Perna. I promised Yuri I would abandon my plan for revenge, but that does not mean I will forget what they did to me. To my people. I may have forgiven the Perna coven that Yuri claims, but I cannot forgive the coven that cursed me. The Snowfall Glen. Coven is still out there somewhere, still lurking in the shadows. The last I knew, they were also under a magical curse of sleep. I cannot stop thinking about the fact that they could wake up one day. They will come for us. They will seek us out to destroy us properly this time. The fight between us is not over. And I know that deep down, I no longer want to give my life in battle against them. I want to live to be there for my child. I do not want my child to lose me like I lost my parents. The Perna will come for our baby if they find out. Anxiety swells as I think about how they will try to hurt my child or use them against us. I need to find a way to protect my child from the evils that are out there. I glance back at her now, her soft lips parted as she breathes evenly in and out. Yuri told me that she believes the child to be a boy. I conjure an image of him in my mind, a way that has helped me relax when my anxieties about the Perna start to grow. He will, of course, inherit the best features of both of us. He will have my wings and my tail, but he will have Yuri's pink human skin. He will be protected, though, because his skin will be just as hard as mine. His hair will be dark like mine, wavy with Yuri's brown eyes. Or maybe he will have my onyx skin with just small wings and a tail. There is no knowing exactly how our child will look when he comes out. The thought delights me. He could be anything, and whatever he is, he will be mine. It is also a possibility that Yuri is wrong, and our child will be a girl. She might have Yuri's black hair and my black eyes, with rich black skin and large wings. She would be so regal. Or maybe she will look like my mother, with red hair and deep jewel-green eyes. We will be good parents, whatever our child turns out like. They will inherit my throne one day, many, many years from now. I hope that I can teach them well while I still live. All I want is to ensure that our people have a future to look forward to, that my child will have a future. I turn back from the view to watch the rise and fall of her chest as Yuri sleeps on. She has been quite tired lately, with the child taking needed nutrients from her. Fierce pride bubbles up. I would do anything to protect her and our child from whatever dangers come our way. The Gargoyle people are still missing. They still slumber on. Someday I would like to venture out and find them, to restore our people. It was at the front of my mind after our wedding, but my priorities lie in my mate and my child now. Walking over to the bed, I kneel on it and give my slumbering wife a kiss on the cheek. She stirs for a moment, sleepily blinking her eyes open to look up at me. Before I can tell her to go back to sleep, she yawns and flutters her eyes closed once more, turning a little in her sleep. I am really one of the luckiest men in the realm. To have a mate like this by my side, one so fierce and strong. I could not have hoped for more. The echoes of footsteps ring in the hall. Servants are bustling about outside, taking care of everything we could need. And yet, it remains relatively quiet in here, as though we are the only ones in the whole world. It will not always be like this. Tomorrow I have a visiting ironwork guild, who have come to discuss fair trade in our region. Then later I will grant an audience with a merchant who seeks to elevate his status and take on presiding over a few of the local villages, running them according to my law. Being a king comes with much responsibility. Yuri has proven herself a fair and just queen so far, which is a great help to have at my side. She has shown me that humans are very different from gargoyles in their ways, and that justice and goodwill is important to them. They are willing to give up a bit of their freedom for protection from the Orcs, and they are willing to trade if they feel they are given a fair deal. Humans are also more clever than I was expecting. They may not have magic, but they have great minds that, given the chance, can invent a great many things.
Really, they are far more than I expected at first glance.
Something outside catches my eye, and I turn back to the mountain range. My eyesight is superior to the humans, and I can see great distances. I can tell there is something out there right now. Some primal part of me is awakened, as though I must protect what is mine. Getting into a defensive stance, I stand at the ready. The screech alerts me to the fact that it is merely a predatory bird on the hunt for prey. I sigh and roll my eyes at myself, watching as the bird swoops down with its wings spread open. It reminds me I have not gone out of the castle in a while, nor have I really stretched my wings myself. Maybe I can take a few days off soon and take Yuri to a remote area to enjoy a little time to ourselves, away from the hustle and bustle of court.
I would be able to show her areas of our kingdom she has not seen yet, and we could make love for hours, without duties to attend.
The thought reminds me again that there are still threats out there to be wary of. Orcs still roam the lands, looking for humans to snatch up and enslave. Dark elf mercenaries are still lurking in the shadows of open-air markets, waiting to be hired on dark jobs that could lead them to us.
Maybe we do not venture quite so far from the castle on our trip.
I know I have become very protective of Yuri, but I feel I have a right. After spending so many years in battle with dark forces, I still see danger around every corner. While a great deal of time has passed since the end of the last war, I was in stone sleep for so long that it feels as though much less time has passed for me. I know that the danger is not over simply because there was a stalemate in the last war.
Yuri stirs once more, this time sitting up in bed and calling for me. Callis? She yawns and blinks her eyes open.
"What are you doing?" she asks, seeing me standing by the open doors. "Just thinking," I tell her. "Nothing to worry about. Shall I have the servants bring tea?" She nods, yawning again. "I could use a cup, and then maybe a nice bath."
I feel the beginnings of arousal stir inside me with the look she gives me. She does not merely want a bath, she wants a bath together.
"We can have a bath," I say, voice dropping lower. "We can take as long a bath as you want." She giggles and draws her knees up as best she can around her belly. "The baby is still sleeping," she says, rubbing her hand over it. "He kept me up all night kicking me, and now he's asleep, the little brat." "I am sorry, darling." I come over and kiss her, placing my large hand over hers. "Behave for your mother," I tell our child, "or I will eat you up." Yuri laughs harder. When the servant comes in with a tray of tea and snacks, Yuri stays in bed to eat it while I venture back to look out the window. Some part of me keeps being drawn to the outside vista. I grit my teeth. I hope, for all our sakes, that the Snowfall Glen coven never wakes. But deep down, I know that it will not stay this peaceful forever. In fact, it is as though there is something telling me that it might even be soon. I fear they are already stirring.